Chapter 1201. The Yi clan's once-in-a-century ancestral worship ceremony had finally begun. For the entire Yi clan, the ancestral worship ceremony was a grand event that was hard to come by in 100 years. All the distant branch families had also sent their own representatives to attend the ceremony. In an instant, the entire Yi clan was bustling with noise and excitement. Apart from the distant branch families, many other powerful forces had also sent their own representatives to attend the ceremony. There were countless experts among the crowd. The Yi clan had a long history. Apart from a few members of the Yi clan who had delved into the Yi clan's history, most of the Yi clan members had no idea when the Yi clan was born and when it began to flourish. However, the Yi clan's long history was widely acknowledged by everyone. The entire ancestral worship ceremony followed the rituals passed down from ancient times. The current patriarch of the Yi clan was in charge of the various rituals. Apart from honoring their ancestors, they also had to offer sacrifices to the heavens. For example, during the Yi clan's ancestral worship ceremony, the competition between the younger generation would officially begin after the ritual was completed in the morning. This competition between the younger generation was not only used to select the best of the younger generation, but it also served as a hidden warning to the other powerful forces. The strength of the younger generation was directly related to the future prosperity of the force. It might not be seen in a short period of time, but if the younger generation of a force were to be wiped out, then it could lead to a broken generation. This was a terrifying thing for a long-established force. The strength of the younger generation was directly related to the future prosperity of the force. It might not be seen in a short period of time, but if the younger generation of a force were to be wiped out, then it could lead to a broken generation. This was a very terrifying thing for a force with a long history. The competition during the Yi clan's ancestral worship ceremony was also a way to tell the others that the Yi clan had many experts among the younger generation. The Yi clan was flourishing now, and in the foreseeable future, the Yi clan would continue to flourish. Those who had designs on the Yi clan should give up as soon as possible. Many forces were well aware of the Yi clan's hidden warning and intention to flaunt, so they were well aware of it. However, they did not pay much attention to it, because they would do the same if they were in the Yi clan's position. In other words, powerful forces like them would not easily choose to fight each other, because if they did, both sides would suffer great losses. It was like two ferocious tigers bumping into each other, warning each other from time to time. At this time, Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and Yi Qiaoqiao were anxiously waiting near the registration point for the tournament. Yi Junhai and Yi Jianyin, as the representatives of the Luoyia City branch family, had already entered the spectator seats. At this time, only they were still here. The competition was about to begin, but there was still no trace of Yi Shiwen's whereabouts. In addition to a portion of the representatives selected by the branch families and the main families to participate in the competition as seeded players, other people were also free to register. And the registration time was during the memorial ceremony in the morning. If they missed it, then they would not be able to participate in this competition. Yi Mao was participating as a representative of Luoyia City branch family. His name had already been reported, so there was no need to continue to register. However, Yi Shiwen did not have the status of a representative of Luoyia City branch family. If he wanted to participate, then he must register himself. Moreover, Yi Mao was more worried about Yi Shiwen's safety compared to this time's competition. It didn't matter if Yi Shiwen didn't participate in this competition. In any case, it wasn't a big deal for him to participate in the next competition. But if there was a problem with Yi Shiwen's safety, then for them, it would be a real earth-shattering event. In this regard, not only were they very worried, but Yi Junhai and Yi Jianyin were also very worried because Yi Shiwen was their brother's only bloodline in this world. If he still didn't appear after this ancestral worship ceremony, then the two brothers would have to use some connections to find him. They absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. Why hasn't second brother come yet? Did something really happen to him? At this time, Yi Qiao Qiao pouted and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Second brother is a good man. Heaven helps him. How could anything happen to him?" Yi Mao quickly said, "I didn't say anything happened to second brother, just in case." Yi Qiao Qiao said with some grievances, but she also understood why her elder brother was so nervous. During this time, the entire Luoya city's branch family had been nervous because of Yi Shiwen's matter. It was because he had been away for too long. It was normal for him to go out for a mission for a few months, or even for a year or two. However, before Yi Shiwen had left, he had only said that it might take a few days. At the latest, he would be back in half a month. It wasn't a very long task. He had even said that he would come back to participate in this year's competition. Who knew that he would be gone for 3 months, and there was no news at all? This made them very nervous. And more importantly, when they went to the law enforcement hall to ask about Yi Shiwen's mission, the law enforcement hall was also hesitant and hesitant. It seemed as if they couldn't say anything. This made them even more anxious. Seeing that the deadline was slowly approaching, the 3 people began to become more and more anxious. Where is Yi Shiwen? At this time, a slightly cold voice came from the side. The 3 people turned their heads and looked. They saw a young man in a luxurious robe walking towards them with big strides. He had an aura that ordinary people couldn't match. Yi Xing. Yi Mao recognized the identity of the person in front of him. On the one hand, Yi Xing was also famous during this time. He was already very famous before, but now he was even more famous. Another reason was that he also heard that Yi Shiwen and Yi Xing seemed to have some conflicts. This was also inadvertently mentioned by Yi Fan before, which made him nervous. Now that Yi Shiwen was not here, this Yi Xing came to the door, which made him nervous all of a sudden. Did he come to look for trouble? Yi Xing simply ignored the 3 people in front of him. He only knew that the 3 people in front of him seemed to be Yi Shiwen's brothers and sisters. Such people were not in his eyes at all. If it weren't for his relationship with Yi Shiwen, he might not even look at these 3 people. He might not even understand them. Where is Yi Shiwen? Why didn't I see him? Yi Xing's eyes glanced around, and there was no sign of Yi Shiwen. This made him a little surprised. This time, he specially came out to participate in this competition. In addition to being amazing in the competition, he also wanted to get rid of Yi Shiwen completely. Yi Shiwen crippled Jia Guzhenghao. Even though he was still in closed-door training, he still heard about this matter. It suddenly made him feel indignant. This kind of limelight should have been done by him. Who was Yi Shiwen? He didn't know where did Yi Shiwen's bloodline come from. Yi Shiwen was a bastard who had been wandering outside for many years. What qualifications did he have to be compared with him? Previously, he passed the Martial Essence Tower. He originally wanted to become famous in one fell swoop. Who knew that Yi Fan and Yi Shiwen's results would completely suppress him? Compared to the results of these 2 people, his results were nothing. Later, it became even worse. He was taken to closed-door training. Yi Fan first defeated many opponents and quickly became famous. Yi Shiwen completely became famous in the Yi clan with the battle with Jia Guzhenghao. This battle alone was enough for him to be ranked among the Yi clan's young heaven's pride. It was dazzling. For a time, everyone was talking about him crazily, not to mention a new rising star like him. Even Yi Shui, Yi Yuling, and other veteran geniuses were overshadowed by him. This made him even more unhappy. In this competition, he must suppress all the outstanding heroes and especially defeat or even kill Yi Shiwen. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Let them see who was the number 1 genius of the Yi family in the end. It wasn't Yi Shui, Yi Chenglong, Yi Feng, or Yi Shiwen. Moreover, it wasn't Yi Shiwen who had come out of nowhere. It was him, Yi Xing. He was fully deserving of the Yi clan's number 1 genius. Now that he had received key training, his future was limitless. But who knew? Until now, he did not see Yi Shiwen appear. It was as if Yi Shiwen had disappeared. This made him extremely unhappy. This was the battle where he was about to become famous in the Yi clan. If there was no one with enough weight as a stepping stone, how could he show his strength? If he could not completely trample Yi Shiwen under his feet, how could he eliminate the hatred in his heart? Therefore, when he saw that the registration deadline was approaching, but Yi Shiwen had not appeared yet, he could not help but deign to come to these three people. He is not here now. Yi Mao did not know what to say now, so he could only say in a deep voice, "Not here? Could it be that he is afraid?" Yi Xing sneered and said, in his opinion, perhaps this was the only reason. Otherwise, how could Yi Shiwen give up such a good opportunity to become famous in the competition? In his heart, the only obsession was to be famous in the world. Nothing was more important than this. Whether it was breaking through the martial essence tower or preparing to win the championship in the competition, it was all for this purpose. What's more, if he could win the championship, the training and benefits from the family's higher-ups were also indispensable. He didn't believe that Yi Shiwen wouldn't be tempted by such a great opportunity to gain both fame and fortune. So, if he didn't show up, then the only explanation was that he was afraid. In the end, he didn't know where this poor boy came from. How could he be compared with him? I heard that he crippled Jiagu Zhenghao's martial arts. He is actually so proud of himself. He is just a piece of trash. It's good that he didn't participate this time. Otherwise, if he met me, I would let him know that he will always be a piece of trash and can't be compared to me. Yi Xing said coldly, "Is that so?" A cold voice came from a distance. Chapter 1202. Is that so? A cold voice came from afar. Accompanied by this cold voice, a cyan figure gradually approached from afar. Soon, everyone saw this person, but it was not Yi Shiwen, so who else could it be? Yi Shiwen was dressed in a cyan robe, and he was far less gorgeous than Yi Xing, but he had a kind of temperament that couldn't be ignored. Yi Shiwen. Yi Xing gritted his teeth and said, with the appearance of Yi Shiwen, Yi Xing immediately ignored the existence of other people and fiercely stared at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen directly walked past him, as if he did not see him at all, and walked to the front of the elder in charge of registration and said, "Count me in." The elder in charge of registration looked at Yi Shiwen deeply and then wrote his name on the list. "You finally appeared. I thought you would be a coward." Yi Xing sneered and looked at Yi Shiwen. "Even if you are a coward, I won't." Yi Shiwen indifferently said, and then simply ignored Yi Xing, and directly walked towards Yi Mao and the other two. They were originally very worried about Yi Shiwen and thought that something might have happened to him. But now that they saw him in front of everyone, safe and sound, they were naturally very excited. "Sorry for making you worried." Yi Shiwen was also very clear that he had disappeared for 3 months, and they were very worried about him. "It's okay, it's okay. Being able to come back safe and sound is better than anything else." Yi Mao grinned and said, seeing that Yi Shiwen had come back, their hearts suddenly calmed down. Yi Shiwen smiled, and a warm feeling flowed in his heart. Although the Loyes City branch family was not very powerful, and there were only a few people in total, but it was enough to have these family members who cared about him, and that was much better than being in the Loyes City branch family. The Yi family had thousands of branches, but not all of them were as harmonious as the Loyes City branch family. "You can still smile now." Yi Xing sneered and said, "I hope you can still smile when you meet me." Yi Xing certainly didn't think that Yi Shiwen would be inexplicably eliminated midway with his strength. Although he had absolute confidence that he could defeat Yi Shiwen, it didn't mean that he would underestimate Yi Shiwen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to overestimate someone who could cripple Jiagu Zhenghao. However, no matter how he overestimated himself, he had absolute confidence in himself. Most geniuses were like this as well. If they didn't have this sort of confidence, it would be utterly impossible for them to reach their current level. Yi Shiwen just smiled and didn't argue with him because it was meaningless. Yi Xing saw that Yi Shiwen didn't seem to care about him at all, and suddenly felt that he was asking for a snub. He could only angrily leave, and vowed that if he saw Yi Shiwen again in the arena, he would certainly teach him a profound lesson. Second brother, you're finally back. Father and third uncle have been worried to death these days. After Yi Xing left, Yi Qiao couldn't wait to step forward and say, "Sorry, there was an accident." Yi Shiwen somewhat embarrassedly scratched his head and said, in the face of this concerned sister of his, he didn't have much to say. "All right, let's not talk about it for now. It's about to begin." Yi Mao stopped Yi Qiao from continuing to ask, because he knew very well that Yi Shiwen must have had a reason for disappearing during this period. Moreover, he was afraid that it wasn't anything good, so it was useless to ask now. Just as they were speaking, the entire sky was filled with the sound of a huge bell ringing. Everyone knew that the battle of the ancestral worship ceremony was about to begin. The location of the ancestral worship ceremony this time around was within the guest city. However, it wasn't in the main space, but in a small dimension within the guest city. To be able to specially open up such a small plain as a venue for the battle, it was evident how profound the Yi family's heritage was. However, this was also in consideration of the huge destructive power that could be produced during the battle. Although these were only the warriors of the Yi family's younger generation, the weakest among them was at least a half-step to the law phase realm. Almost all of the seated contestants were experts at the law phase realm and above. The destructive power of such experts was absolutely unimaginable, unless they wanted to completely destroy the Qi mountain area. Otherwise, choosing a small plain was the most suitable method. When Yi Shiwen entered this small plain, he found that the entire plain was already filled with countless experts of the younger generation. Countless experts of the younger generation had gathered in this world. Their auras collided with each other and swept through the sky. Looking from afar, it was already very shocking. Yi Mao, Yi Kai, Yi Qiao, and the others had already entered the audience seats. Although Yi Mao also had to participate in the battle, he was a seated contestant, so he didn't need to participate in the first few rounds. Although it was only an internal battle of the Yi family, the number of people who signed up exceeded 1 million. More than 1 million of them were young experts at the half-step to the law phase realm and above. This was enough to show the Yi family's deep heritage. These people had to be constantly screened, so it naturally took a long time. As for those who were selected by the branch families and the main families, they naturally didn't have to go through these cruel auditions and could directly enter the later battles. This was also a protection measure for the geniuses. In any place, the strong had special privileges, and the geniuses were the strong experts of the younger generation, so naturally they also had special privileges. Boom! A huge aura swept over in an instant. Countless spiritual qi began to condense into a specific form by a mysterious force. It turned out to be a magic sword. Everyone looked at it in a daze. The form of the spiritual qi was the manifestation of the laws he had comprehended. Generally speaking, it would be very difficult for people like them to see the manifestation of laws. Even if they could succeed, it would mostly be in the form of strips. However, after reaching the heaven tier, the manifestation of these laws would take on various forms. Some might be cauldrons, some might be blades, some might be worlds, and so on. Each of them would be different. Therefore, from the moment the magic swords appeared, everyone knew that this was a terrifying expert of the heaven tier. Only an expert of the heaven tier could create such a scene. No, even many heaven realm experts couldn't achieve this level of degree. That majestic figure was blurred in everyone's eyes. They couldn't even look directly at his face, because all they could see was a mass of nothingness. They couldn't see his face at all. Experts of the heaven realm had already integrated with the heavenly way, just like merging with the laws that ordinary people couldn't see. They also couldn't see his face unless he wanted to, or if he had reached a similar level of power. However, although they couldn't see his face clearly, many people still recognized him immediately. That's the Lord Patriarch. It's the Lord Patriarch. It's the Lord Patriarch. Because of their different origins, there were also differences in the way these people were addressed. Those who were called Lord Patriarch were experts of the main Yi family, and those who were called Lord Patriarch were experts of the various branch families. Obviously, compared to the experts of the main Yi family, they were a bit distant. I didn't expect the Lord Patriarch to personally come this time. In the past, the Lord Patriarch would not personally come to the competition. It seems that this time he is especially serious, someone said with emotion. Although the ancestral worship ceremony was a very important event in the Yi family, and as the Lord Patriarch he had to attend, the competition was not. This was just a side event. At this time someone thought, if I perform well, and when the time comes if I can be valued by the Lord Patriarch, won't I be able to reach the sky in a single step and have a meteoric rise? Someone said with disdain, meteoric rise? Don't even think about it. How is that possible? The Lord Patriarch has not accepted a disciple for a very long time. Even those top geniuses are not worthy of his attention, let alone you. Indeed, in the eyes of everyone, no matter what kind of geniuses, they couldn't compare to their Lord Patriarch. There would always be many geniuses every few hundred years. But among these people, there might not be a person like the Lord Patriarch in a generation. That was the difference. In the future, I will definitely replace him. In the future, it must be like this. A real man should be like this. Some people were abnormally shocked, but there were even more people who were ambitious and made up their minds to replace the Lord Patriarch in the future. Of course, these people were the best among the younger generation. In their respective branch families or main families, they were all top figures. They were broad-minded and ambitious. Who didn't want to reach the peak? In the Yi family, the Lord Patriarch was undoubtedly the most powerful and honorable figure. Countless people would pay attention to his every move. In the Yi family's territory, he was no different from an emperor. Yi Shiwen's gaze was firmly fixed on the figure of the Lord Patriarch in the sky. Even in the entire ancient Barrens continent, the Lord Patriarch of the Yi family was one of the top figures. In the ancient Barrens continent, he was a powerful figure that could shake the world with just a shake. The powerful fluctuations coming from his body made Yi Shiwen apprehensive. These fluctuations made him feel a kind of terror from the bottom of his heart. If this person was his enemy, then perhaps he would only need a little finger to pinch him to death. Although he had the devil's wings on his back and also had the gilded tyrant form, but he couldn't maintain them all the time. If he encountered such a master, then it would be an unsolvable death problem. Fortunately, this person wasn't their enemy, but the Lord Patriarch of the Yi family. However, his thoughts were different from the others. He didn't want to submit to him, nor did he want to replace him. Instead, he treated him as a milestone. In the future, he would be someone to surpass and not someone to compare with. Under the influence of Yi Mo, Yi Shiwen's vision was countless times broader than ordinary people. Naturally, he wouldn't think that this was already the peak. This was just a goal in his life. Chapter 1203. The horrifying aura of the Yi clan had even startled Yi Mo, who was sleeping in the Tianyuan mirror. So strong! Yi Mo looked at the figure of the Yi clan head in the sky and said, I'm afraid he has already cultivated divinity. Not far away, not far away. After saying that, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. Now that the Tianyuan mirror was in the process of upgrading to the pinnacle Earth level. Even if it woke up, it would only be a temporary awakening. The aura of Yi clan's patriarch was very terrifying. Even if Yi Shiwen had ascended to the celestial realm, he would not be able to deal with such an expert. Perhaps Yi clan's patriarch had already stepped into the peak of the celestial realm. In addition, in the depths of the pocket world, there were layers upon layers of half-planes. Some of the auras were as powerful as those of gods. Some of them were experts from the major forces who had come to watch the ceremony. There were also many experts from the Yi family. These were a group of people who had unimaginable power in the entire ancient Barrens continent. Even if they were not as powerful as the Yi clan had, they were still rare, fierce experts. But no matter what, regardless of whether they were tyrannical or weak in the heaven realm, to the current Yi Shiwen, they were extremely powerful existences. They were no different from gods, existences who could poke him to death with one finger. Heaven realm, unity of heaven and man. This was the goal of the countless elites present. If they could step into the heaven realm, their entire lives would undergo a fundamental change. From an insignificant person, they would become a great figure that could influence the situation of the entire ancient Barrens continent. Countless bright gazes fell on these young elites of the Yi clan, as if they could see through their heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Among these gazes, Yi Shiwen also felt a lot of cold gazes. Some landed in the area where the foreign experts were seated, while some landed in the area where the Yi clan experts were seated. Yi Shiwen knew that the experts of the Jiagu clan were looking at him from the gazes of the foreign experts. He had crippled Jiagu Zhenghao, so it would be strange if the experts of the Jiagu clan found him pleasing to the eye. In the area where the experts of the Yi family were seated, those cold and hostile gazes should be the big shots of the Yi family who were hostile to him. Yi Shiwen restrained his mind. In the face of these big shots of celestial being realm, he was simply like an ant without any power to fight back. Now, the only way was to rely on those big shots of celestial being realm who might support him to resist. However, the patriarch of the Yi family didn't let them wait for long. He paused for a moment and said, "Everyone." His voice stirred up waves of sound, instantly annihilating all other sounds. At this moment, it was as if only this dazzling figure was left in the entire world. Everyone was captivated, whether it was those who had surrendered before or those ambitious geniuses of the younger generation who had vowed to replace them. They could only listen quietly at this time. Everyone here is the best among the younger generation of the Yi family. All of you are geniuses born to uphold the spirit of heaven and earth. The reason why we chose to hold this competition during the ancestral worship ceremony is to select the real, peerless geniuses among you. At that time, we will do our best to cultivate them. I hope that everyone will do their best to strive for the best. I believe that many of the elders of the Yi family are very perceptive. As long as you perform well, you will definitely not be buried," said the patriarch of the Yi family loudly. This time, it proves that our main family does not hesitate to cultivate geniuses. The reward for the first place will be the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. What? 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. What's that? This time, the higher-ups are very generous. They even took out the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. Oh my God, I must win this time. Whoever dares to block my way will die without a burial place. All of a sudden, everyone burst into an uproar like boiling water. Everyone was boiling with excitement. They were completely moved by the 9 revolutions, mysterious golden elixir. 9 revolutions, Taishian golden pill? What's that? Some people were not quite sure what the 9 revolutions, Taishian golden pill was. The 9 revolutions, Taishian golden elixir is the treasure of the Yi clan. It is said that the patriarch of the Yi clan once obtained a kind of heaven-grade elixir in an ancient relic. It is said that the 9 revolutions, Taishian golden elixir was refined by a deity in ancient times. After taking it, it can increase the chance of breaking into the celestial being realm by as much as 50%. Moreover, it is said that if one can completely digest its huge medicinal power, even in the entire celestial being realm, one's cultivation progress will be 10 times or even 100 times faster than that of an ordinary person. It is really a heaven-defying divine pill. However, it is said that only 9 revolutions, Taishian golden pills, have been found, including those given to peerless geniuses in the past thousands of years. There are only 3 left. Now, they actually took one out as the prize for this competition. It is really unexpected, They could not help but be excited. After all, the geniuses of the Yi family were like carps crossing the river. There were countless experts who were half a step to the celestial realm, let alone juniors like them. Even among these people, no one could obtain the 9 revolutions, Taishian, golden pill. Only those peerless geniuses who were so dazzling that they overshadowed all the experts of the same generation could be rewarded by the higher-ups. Because this kind of medicinal pill was found in a relic by the patriarch, there was no refining method. Even if the Yi family was willing to spend countless heaven and earth treasures to refine it, it was useless. That was because there was no pill formula for such a pill. In other words, there was no method to concoct it. In the long river of time, there were countless glorious pills. However, all of them had been lost. It was as though they had disappeared along with the countless gods. Even if it was a kind of heaven-grade medicinal pill, it was still very precious for these people. Because this 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill could not only increase the probability of breaking through to the celestial realm, but more importantly, if an expert in the celestial realm swallowed it, his cultivation would also improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. In other words, even among the experts in the celestial realm of the Yi family, there were probably a large number of experts who coveted this 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. They were really lucky to be able to use it as a reward. Compared to this 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill, the previous rewards were like **T. At this time, everyone's attention had been attracted by the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. Even the rewards for the 2nd and 3rd places mentioned by the Yi family head were not interested at all. Indeed, the rewards for the 2nd and 3rd places were very generous. But compared to the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill for the 1st place, it was like floating clouds. With the excitement of the reward for the 1st place, who would be willing to fall behind to the 2nd or 3rd place? Obtaining the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill was equivalent to having 1 foot in the celestial realm. Throughout the history of those who had obtained the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill, there had never been a person who had not entered the celestial realm. It was no wonder that everyone was so excited. Even Yi Shiwen was no exception. He had to obtain this 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. Unlike others, he was very clear that if he were to undergo the tribulation, the celestial realm tribulation would be a very terrifying tribulation. If he had the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill, his success rate would be increased by 50%. In addition to his previous preparations, breaking into the celestial realm would be almost 100% certain. Many of the things he did were more risky, but it was also because he had no other choice. In fact, if he could play it safe, who would not want to play it safe? In order to steadily enter the celestial realm, he had to obtain the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. Although he had just entered the law manifestation realm, it was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. The 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill is mine. Whoever dares to compete with me will die. The 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill? It's tailor-made for me. This year, those geniuses are not participating, so it's a great opportunity for me. With the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill, even if I swallow it now, I can quickly catch up with those geniuses and gain the attention of the higher-ups. At this time in the vast crowd, Yi Xing looked at the excited crowd and said with a sneer, "Humph, what a fool. They don't know that this 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill can only be obtained by me." Many people were very glad that Yi Shui and the others did not participate this year. Otherwise, even if they were ambitious, they knew that it would have nothing to do with them. The appearance of the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill excited not only the top experts of the younger generation, but also many experts located in the depths of the micro-worlds. This time, the Yi family is really generous. They actually used the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill as a reward. Even I will be excited when I see the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. That's right, but it's a pity that it's going to benefit the younger generation. These people are all young, and many of them are not qualified to have such a divine pill. I don't know what the family head is thinking. Many experts of the Yi family were also dissatisfied. If the Yi family still had a lot of 9 revolutions Taishan golden pills, it would not be a big deal. However, there were only 3 left, and now they had to give one to these people. In other words, their chances of obtaining the 9 revolutions Taishan golden pill were reduced. Naturally, they were very dissatisfied. However, the family head of the Yi family had already decided. With the supreme prestige of the family head, they naturally could not be questioned. Yi Shiwen could feel that the aura of these people around him had risen to a whole new level. Their killing intention had also been exuded by a lot. If it was said that many people were planning to work without putting in any effort, then now everyone was desperately fighting for the first place. Even if many people knew that they didn't have much of a chance, but even if there was a slim chance, they wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1204. The patriarch of the Yi family also talked about the rewards for the other rankings of this battle, as well as some rules and so on. However, there wasn't much difference. With the Yi family's family head's order, the ancestral worshipping ceremonies competition was about to begin. In this small world, there were countless half-planes that served as the battlefields for both sides to fight. Ordinary arenas wouldn't be able to withstand the battles between law manifestation realm experts. Only a small world could bear it. Furthermore, these battlefields had been strengthened countless times over countless years. It was unknown how many geniuses had risen to fame in a single battle, and how many had fallen from then on. There were even many who had fallen in these battlefields. Everyone relied on their waste tokens to enter different small worlds. Yi Shiwen's first opponent was just a very ordinary half-step law manifestation intermediate. After seeing Yi Shiwen, he quickly confirmed that Yi Shiwen had already ascended to the law manifestation realm. He immediately raised his hand and admitted defeat, feeling a little depressed. Yi Shiwen didn't make things difficult for him and let him leave. These people were different from Yi Shiwen and the others who were determined to obtain first place. Although these people were considered elites in the Yi family, there were still countless geniuses above them. Below them, there were still many people who were struggling in the transcendent realm. As the saying goes, those who are better than 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 them. They didn't expect to obtain first place. After all, it was impossible for them to obtain first place even if they were to enter the top 10,000. Their thoughts were also very simple. They just wanted to pass one round. As long as they passed one round, they would be able to obtain a certain amount of family contribution points. Moreover, as they continued to fight, the contribution points they obtained would almost double. The more they passed, the more benefits they would obtain. It wasn't just contribution points. For Yi Shiwen, these things didn't matter. He only had one goal, which was to win the championship and obtain the 9 revolutions Taishan golden pill. With Yi Shiwen's strength, he quickly passed through 10 rounds in a row, although there were some opponents who wanted to stubbornly resist. But in the face of Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength, they seemed to be so vulnerable. Some of them had already entered the law phase realm, but compared to Yi Shiwen, they were not enough at all. Even if there was a warrior at the 2nd level of the law phase realm who was in the same realm as Yi Shiwen, he was not Yi Shiwen's match. "Are you Yi Shiwen?" An ice-cold voice came from afar when Yi Shiwen once again stepped into another arena. Not far away, a green-clothed man was standing with his hands crossed behind his back. He had a conceited look on his face. He looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, "I've just heard of your name, but it's useless. Now that you've met me, all your previous achievements will become my stepping stone." This green-clothed man had a resolute face, and his words were unusually confident. His body was surging with energy, and he was actually another existence at the 5th heaven of the Transcendence realm. Although he had just stepped into the 5th heaven of the Transcendence realm, with his strength, he could be called a genius. Yi Shiwen understood. No wonder this green-clothed man dared to go against him. Even though he knew of Yi Shiwen's achievements, he still did not take Yi Shiwen seriously. He was actually another existence at the fifth heaven of the Transcendence Realm. He was definitely a terrifying master comparable to Yi Xing and the others a few months ago. It was just that Yi Shiwen had never heard of his name before. It seemed that he was another genius who had been secretly cultivated and had suddenly emerged. There were many such people in the Yi family. From time to time, there would be one or two of them, just like Yi Xing. If he had not suddenly emerged, how many people would have thought that he was also of the Yi family's bloodline? There was a somewhat proud expression on his face. It was not easy for him to be allowed to leave the mountain. He wanted to be in the limelight at the Yi family's ancestral worship ceremony and establish his reputation as a genius in one fell swoop. From then on, he would be valued and cultivated by the higher-ups, allowing his cultivation to improve at a faster speed. Yi Shiwen had a great reputation. Although he had heard that Yi Shiwen had crippled Jia Guzhenghao, he had not actually seen Jia Guzhenghao. He had only heard that Jia Guzhenghao was also at the fifth heaven of the Transcendence Realm. Being able to defeat Jia Guzhenghao did not mean that Yi Shiwen could defeat him. He was still very confident in himself. Otherwise, he would not have wanted to amaze the world at this ancestral worship ceremony. I am different from you. You're just a nobody. Even if I defeat you, there is nothing to be happy about. Since the other party came with ill intentions, Yi Shiwen did not want to be polite anymore. Yi Shiwen, don't be too arrogant. I am a peerless genius. I have only cultivated for 800 years, and I have already entered the fifth heaven of the Transcendence Realm. Who do you think you are? You are just a bastard who wandered outside. What qualifications do you have to be compared with the geniuses of our main family? Today, I, Yi Qing, will show you how ignorant you were in the past. Don't think that you are qualified to be so arrogant in front of me just because you defeated a guy from another clan. At this time, the cyan-clothed man spread out his hand, and a treasure sword appeared in his hand. Buzz! There was a sudden clanging sound, and many tyrannical sword auras were emitted all at once. It was as if a sword could destroy the world. This sword of his was purely sword intent. There were no other messy things mixed in it. A sword was just a sword. He was just a pure sword cultivator. With a sword in hand, the world was mine. He had absolute confidence in himself. So what if his opponents were those famous geniuses? He believed that he could defeat these people and reach the top. Whoosh! The sword light instantly covered the sky, and a loud, clanging sound pierced through the world. The body of the sword shook violently. This sword of his instantly pierced a huge hole in the entire world. Martial battling heaven's sword! He shouted loudly, and the sword light almost annihilated Yi Shiwen's entire body. It was a secret technique inherited from his master's sect, and it instantly made the entire microcosm of the competition seethe. At this time, many people cast their eyes on Yi Shiwen's arena. Although he wasn't one of the seeded players, he was far more eye-catching than those seeded players. Even if he didn't have a seat and directly advanced to the next round, he was still much more dazzling than many seeded players. He also received much more attention than them. After all, even among the seeded players, there were very few who could compete with him, especially in the case that Yi Xue and the others did not participate in this martial arts conference. Many people were suddenly stunned by this sword, especially those higher-ups of the Yi clan in the layers of void. Some of them had a slight change of expression as they recognized the origin of this martial battling heaven sword. This old guy is not dead yet. He is the disciple taught by him. I'm afraid this Yi Shiwen will be in some trouble. Yi Qing's cultivation is also above him, and he has cultivated the martial battling heaven sword, a martial art created purely for fighting. In the case of the same level, even I dare not say that I can win easily. Another ancient legacy. It is said that this martial astral heavenly sword faction will only recruit one disciple from the Yi family in every generation. However, In the end, the disciple will become an unprecedented expert in the Tao of the sword. Only, it has been a long time since I heard any news about them. I had assumed that the old man had passed away somewhere. Unexpectedly, another successor has appeared. I don't know if this sword can be blocked. If it can't be blocked, it is tantamount to a dead end. If the momentum is seized by him, then it is basically hopeless. Everyone was discussing. Ordinary people were shocked by the power of this martial battling heaven sword. Those higher-ups obviously knew the origin of this martial battling heaven sword, so they were even more shocked. What a powerful sword technique! Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes. He himself also had a part of sword technique inheritance. It was the sword technique that was forcibly copied in the demon commander's tomb with the mysterious space. However, it was essentially just a copy and imitation. His sword technique cultivation was also limited to this. The power of his buried sword technique was also first class, but even so, he was still not a sword cultivator. He would not be controlled by sword techniques. However, it did not mean that he had no vision. Among the friends he knew in the past, many were masters with tyrannical sword technique cultivation. For example, the Netherworld sect's Mu Ling's Netherworld swordsmanship was a sword technique cultivated with the help of the legendary Netherworld. It was still very mysterious. Another example was Jian Wushuang. His sword technique was even sharper. However, compared with these, this martial battling heaven sword was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even more ferocious. The sword technique was like its name. This sword technique was simply a martial art created for fighting. There was no retreat. It was purely to fight the world and sweep the invincible. No wonder he was confident that even after knowing that Yi Shiwen defeated Jiagu Zhenghao and even crippled him, he still dared to challenge Yi Shiwen. With the tyrannical attack power of the sword cultivator, even if he encountered a master at the fifth heaven of law manifestation realm, he still had the power to fight. It was absolutely not to be underestimated. However, if it was Yi Shiwen a few months ago, he would probably have to fight a hard battle. For the current him, these could not threaten him at all. Dang! Yi Shiwen did not dodge, nor did he retreat. He just raised his hand to meet the attack. The sword light slashed on his palm. There was a dang sound of metal colliding. The sword light on his palm caused a burst of sparks. The divinity covering his palm was distorted, but the sword light still could not break through his divinity and slashed on his body. How could this be? Yi Qing's pupils suddenly shrank as if he saw the most incredible thing. Chapter 1205. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. Sword Cultivator itself was famous for its tyrannical attack power, not to mention his martial battling heavenly sword, which was a martial art created specifically for combat. Among sword cultivators, its attack power was also famous for being tyrannical. It was normal if he couldn't seriously injure Yi Shiwen in one move. After all, Yi Shiwen had a record of crippling Jiagu Zhenghao. He didn't believe that such a person would be weak. Even so, he had absolute confidence in himself at that time. No matter what kind of genius it was, no one would be his opponent. But he never expected that his attack couldn't even break Yi Shiwen's defense. This was also a huge shock for him. Yi Shiwen spread out his big hand, and the sword light raged wildly in his hand. It struggled, but it couldn't escape from Yi Shiwen's hand. It was like a naughty child. As Yi Shiwen's palm grasped he long bit by bit. These sword lights were also crushed bit by bit. Oh my God! I thought the martial battling heavenly sword would cause a lot of trouble for Yi Shiwen. I didn't expect that even his defense couldn't be broken. What kind of martial art does Yi Shiwen cultivate? How can it be so powerful? It's really hard to imagine that the successor of each generation of the martial battling heavenly sword is an amazing master. The sword technique of the successor of each generation of the martial battling heavenly sword can be unprecedented. This generation is not bad, but it was easily broken by Yi Shiwen's hands. Countless people were completely shocked by Yi Shiwen's move. If it was just a simple break, it would be nothing, but Yi Shiwen simply grasped and destroyed the sword light. Everyone knew that it was not that the sword light of the martial battling heavenly sword was not powerful, but Yi Shiwen's physical body was too strong. He could actually grasp and destroy the sword light of the martial battling heavenly sword with his bare hands. Therefore, many people were extremely curious about Yi Shiwen. Who the hell was he? Didn't you say that you would teach me a lesson? Only at this level. Yi Shiwen sneered. What martial battling heavenly sword? It's just SOO. Damn, don't you dare insult our martial battling heavenly sword. Yi Qing was furious. The sword light in his hand once again tore through the vast sky and chopped down towards Yi Shiwen's head. Everywhere it passed, countless air exploded and formed a large vacuum. Looking from afar, it seemed as if large tracts of air had collapsed, and the scene was extremely shocking. This is the end, Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He was no longer in the mood to play with him. He simply blasted out a punch. This punch seemed slow, but was actually very fast. In an instant, it had already collided with the incoming sword light. Kara! 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 A sound similar to the shattering of a crystal was heard. Those overwhelming sword lights were shattered on the spot. They couldn't stop Yi Shiwen's advance at all. Yi Shiwen's fist was like a hot knife through butter. It directly broke through all his defenses on the spot and fiercely landed on his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yi Qing was sent flying by the punch. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The token on his body shattered, and he turned into a stream of light on the spot, leaving the arena. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate and directly stepped out of the arena. This Yi Shiwen is so strong. It was said that he crippled Jia Guzhenghao. This matter doesn't seem to be nonsense, and there is no opportunism. It should be true. Strictly speaking, he only used one move. With just one move, he defeated the successor of the martial combat heavenly sword faction. If that old guy knew about it, wouldn't he immediately fly into a rage and crawl out of his closed-door training place? It's a pity that such a talent was snatched by those guys from the law enforcement hall. If he joins us, his future will be even more limitless. In the area where the foreign clan masters were seated, several masters revealed a bit of killing intent towards Yi Shiwen's figure below. Damn it, this Yi Shiwen is indeed an extraordinary genius. The more such geniuses grow up, the bigger the problem will be for our clan. A celestial being realm master of the Jiagu clan squinted his eyes and said, killing intent flashed and condensed in his eyes. Jia Guzhenghao is a heaven's pride of our clan. He actually dared to cripple his martial arts. This is equivalent to provoking the dignity of our clan. This kind of person must be eliminated as soon as possible, said the experts of the Jiagu clan in a cold voice. The news of Jia Guzhenghao being crippled by Yi Shiwen had spread like wildfire. They even felt that the experts of other forces were looking at them with ridicule in their eyes. It's a pity that the old guy from the Yi clan law enforcement hall, Yi Jintian, is simply a stubborn old man. He will definitely do everything possible to protect this kid. As long as he is still in the Yi clan, we have no chance at all. A Jia Gu clan master said hatefully, will he be a coward for the rest of his life? There will always be a chance for us to catch him. At that time, we will make him beg for death. They were full of hostility. Even though they had reached the level of celestial being realm, ordinary things could no longer cause any change in their emotions. Obviously, this was not an ordinary thing. A potential future genius was also a threat to them. The Yi clan held such a competition and even invited them to participate. Of course, they had the purpose of demonstrating. However, didn't they come to observe these people in advance? Perhaps these people still looked very immature and could not even cause too much trouble to them. However, they had to admit that they had extraordinary potential. No one knew how far they could go in the future. In fact, weren't they one of those people back then? Looking down on these people was equivalent to looking down on themselves. The potential of these people must not be underestimated. Perhaps another world-shaking master was growing up. After defeating Yi Qing, Yi Shiwen quickly became the focus of everyone's attention, especially those who knew about the inheritance of the martial combat Heavenly Sword sect. They looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. However, he did not rest for long. A new round of battles quickly began. Since there were millions of people who had signed up, the schedule of these battles was very tight. Otherwise, it was unknown how long it would take. At the same time, it was also a very big test for these young elites' endurance and combat effectiveness. Soon, the seeded contestants who were still watching the battle went down to compete. The experts who could survive 1 or 2 rounds of the early stage of the half-step law phase realm had all been eliminated. Even the weakest ones were only experts in the late stage of the half-step law phase realm. However, for Yi Shiwen, these differences were not very big. No matter what kind of enemy he encountered, he could kill them all. In the next few rounds, he also encountered a seeded contestant sent by the Branch family, but he was only at the 2nd level of Law Manifestation Realm. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all, not to mention combat power. Even his realm was not as high as the current Yi Shiwen. Naturally, he was not Yi Shiwen's opponent. He was easily defeated by Yi Shiwen, but there were no more masters like Yi Qing. However, thinking about it, even among the millions of people, Yi Qing's strength could be regarded as outstanding. If he did not encounter Yi Shiwen in advance, it would not be a problem for him to break into the top 10 easily. Even if Yi Shui and the others also participated, Yi Qing still had the strength to fight against them. However, he encountered Yi Shiwen. In terms of strength, Yi Shiwen had a fundamental change compared to 3 months ago. If he encountered the Yi Shiwen from 3 months ago, he could easily defeat him without any suspense. When Yi Qing encountered him, it was equivalent to meeting his nemesis, which was why he was defeated so easily. If it were anyone else, they would not be Yi Shiwen's opponent. Soon, the millions of people were almost eliminated, which meant that there were less than 5,000 people left. However, the remaining people were the elites among the elites. These millions of people were the elites of the younger generation of the Yi family, and these 5,000 people were undoubtedly the elites among them. The degree of the elites could be imagined. Yi Shiwen easily defeated a master at the 2nd level of Law Manifestation Realm. In this regard, the people watching the battle outside were already numb. It was no longer strange for Yi Shiwen to defeat his opponent. On the contrary, if he failed, it would really make people's glasses fall to the ground. Unknowingly, people had already completed a psychological change. They no longer thought of him as a dark horse, because a dark horse usually represented the unexpected. However, with his strength, everyone now unanimously thought highly of him. So naturally, there was no such thing as a dark horse. After a while, Yi Shiwen saw Yu Mao stumbling out of the space. His body was covered with wounds, and it was obvious that he had been seriously injured in the previous battle. However, he was not sent out by the white light, so he should not have been defeated. Yi Shiwen quickly went forward and said, "Big brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just met a tenacious opponent." Yi Mao grinned and said, "But in the end, I was still better and defeated him. But with my injuries, I should not be able to survive the next round." Yi Mao said, "Don't talk about it first. Let me help you heal." Yi Shiwen spread one hand behind Yi Mao. Immediately afterward, Yi Mao only felt a warm flow directly from behind into his body, and there was a faint sound of a phoenix. He was surprised to find that the wounds on his body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the injuries on his body had actually recovered by 70 to 80%. He suddenly looked at Yi Shiwen with a little surprise. He did not expect this mysterious second brother to have such an outstanding healing technique. However, before he could ask, Yi Shiwen's voice came from behind, saying, "Big brother, you are now at the peak of the 1st level of Law Manifestation Realm. This battle will only benefit you and not harm you. Why not take this opportunity to rush into the second level of law manifestation realm in one fell swoop? This way, you can also go further. Chapter 1206. For him, who is only at the first level of the transcendence realm, he had already exhausted his strength to make it this far. If Yi Shiwen did not treat him, he would have to give up in advance in the next round. Even if Yi Shiwen treated him, he would definitely not be able to make it through the next round. This was because the remaining experts were basically above the second level of the transcendence realm. It was not easy for him, a first level of the transcendence realm, to make it this far. If he wanted to make it through a few more rounds, breaking through to the second level of the transcendence realm was the only way. Yi Mao thought for a moment and suddenly nodded. He could feel a vigorous power flowing through his body from behind and knew that it was Yi Shiwen's Zhenyuan. However, the strange thing was that Yi Shiwen's Zhenyuan was completely absorbed by his body without the slightest trace of rejection. Yi Mao's Zhenyuan was completely absorbed by him. He had been at the first level of the transcendence realm for a long time. Originally, he wanted to wait until the end of this ancestral worship ceremony before he considered breaking through. He wanted to break through safely. He was not like Yi Shiwen, who often did not have a safe environment for him to break through. Breaking through in battle was a common thing for Yi Shiwen. For Yi Mao, this was still very rare. However, now that Yi Shiwen was personally guarding him and under the watchful eyes of many higher-ups, the effect was actually no different from finding a place to cultivate in seclusion. He was also a decisive person. Since he had already made up his mind, he did not hesitate anymore. He sat cross-legged and began to break through. Originally, he was not far away from breaking through. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was constantly instilling vigorous Zhenyuan into his body from behind. He originally thought that Yi Shiwen could at most help him at the beginning, who knew that Yi Shiwen did not show any signs of qi exhaustion at all. On the contrary, it was still continuously transferring into his body, although Yi Shiwen's cultivation level was higher than his. But this Zhenyuan was too vigorous. He was worried that Yi Shiwen would try to show off, but seeing that Yi Shiwen's Zhenyuan was stable and vigorous, and there was no sign of it being forced, he felt relieved. However, he didn't know that Yi Shiwen's real elemental energy was much more vigorous than that of ordinary people after cultivating the tyrant body. Moreover, after integrating the Star Beast's bloodline, his real elemental energy was 10 times or more than that of ordinary people. Now that Yi Shiwen had stepped into the third heaven of the transcendence realm, it was not a problem for him to support such a transfer of qi. Very quickly, with Yi Shiwen's support, Yi Mao's cultivation rose at lightning speed. He skipped many of the preparation processes and rushed to the second sky of the transcendence realm on the spot. After another quarter of an hour or so, Yi Mao, who had Yi Shiwen's continuous support, immediately exploded with a tyrannical aura. He directly crossed the barrier of the second heaven of the transcendence realm and rushed into the second heaven of the transcendence realm. Yi Mao was delighted to find that not only did he directly rush into the second heaven of the transcendence realm, but he also directly rushed to the peak of the second heaven of the transcendence realm. He could even touch the barrier of the third heaven of the transcendence realm, and all of this was thanks to Yi Shiwen's blessing. However, at this time he was somewhat worried about Yi Shiwen's recovery. He was afraid that Yi Shiwen was forcefully holding on, which would affect his next battle. "Are you okay?" Yi Mao asked with concern. Compared to Yi Shiwen, he felt that there was nothing wrong with him. Anyway, rushing into the second heaven of the transcendence realm was only a matter of time. However, if it affected Yi Shiwen, it would not be good. No matter how hard he tried, with his strength, he could only rush a few more rounds. However, Yi Shiwen had the possibility of winning the championship. If he caused Yi Shiwen to be eliminated early because of him, not to mention his father and third uncle, even he himself would not forgive himself. "It's okay, it's just a small matter." Yi Shiwen's face was not red, and his heart was not beating fast. He still looked like his qi was surging and he was in peak condition. For him, who had the Phoenix regeneration technique, this was not a difficult thing at all. Almost at the same time as he was constantly transferring qi, it was also constantly being produced to replenish his body. There was almost no loss at all. Of course, he would not say this, but Yimao saw that he was fine and did not look like he was struggling, so he was relieved. "If I let you be eliminated because of me, then I will be guilty," said Yimao. "Big brother, you must be joking. This consumption is simply a drop in the bucket for me, and these people are just like chickens and dogs to me. I don't have to worry at all. Even if I am not in my best condition, I can easily defeat them," said Yi Shiwen with a smile. "If that's the case, then that's good." Yimao did not doubt him and nodded immediately. Because of the great increase in strength, he was suddenly full of confidence. Soon it was his turn to fight, and he immediately stepped into the arena. Yi Shiwen also waited for a while, and when it was his turn again, he also stepped into the arena directly. This time his opponent was a master at the fourth heaven of the Transcendence realm. Even if he was not as good as Yi Xing and the others, the difference was not very big. At this time, when he saw Yi Shiwen, he was also unusually arrogant. Yi Shiwen, just when he wanted to say some harsh words, he saw a sword light instantly breaking through the sky, instantly tearing the vast sky, and directly slashed his body. Boom! His body suddenly flew out horizontally. Countless sword auras raged in his body, and he was seriously injured in an instant. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted. Then he was directly teleported out by a white light. This Yi Shiwen is too strong. A master at the fourth heaven of the Transcendence realm actually couldn't even block one move from him. Yeah, although this move is a bit suspicious of a sneak attack, even if it is an open and above-board move, this person probably can't block one move from him. It's just a matter of whether it's earlier or later. If this is the case, then isn't he invincible? In this case, unless it is some top geniuses, otherwise no one will be his opponent at all. Unfortunately, this time Yi Shui, Yi Feng, and the others are all in closed-door training. They didn't participate in this competition at all. Otherwise, the collision will definitely be the most brilliant. Still, it doesn't matter. Although they did not come this time, I have heard that some of the ancient and secretive legacies of the Yi family, such as the Martial Ascension Heavenly Sword faction, have sent out their most outstanding disciples. They want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in this competition. By doing so, they will be able to obtain resources from the higher-ups. That's true. Although some of these secret inheritances are very old and have a very deep foundation, how can they be compared with our Yi family's all-out training? In the Yi family, in addition to the main family, branch families, and various powerful organizations, there were also various ancient and mysterious inheritances. Under normal circumstances, these ancient and mysterious inheritances would rarely take the initiative to appear in front of the public. However, the descendants that they cultivated were often extremely outstanding among their peers. The inheritances that they obtained were also very outstanding. Some could even be traced back to the time when the entire Yi family had just risen. It was fine if these people didn't come out, but once they appeared, there would often be powerful descendants born. Now is not the most critical time. Many people haven't exposed their true strength yet. At that time, there will definitely be a big battle. Let's not talk about others. Just Yi Xing alone. I heard that he was taken to a secret territory for training. Now that he has come out directly, his goal is to aim for the championship. The final competition will be very fierce. Although the competition had not yet reached the end, some people who had the potential to become the champion had slowly emerged. Yi Shiwen, who had the record of crippling Jiagu Zhenghao, was undoubtedly the most dazzling existence among them. Yi Shiwen naturally knew that the further he went, the more difficult it would become. Many of the geniuses who were still hiding their strength, like him, would also reveal their absolute strength, one after another. The outstanding figures of the younger generation would not be limited to Yi Shui and a few others. He and Yi Xing were just a few targets on the surface. Those hidden masters were not included. It was not clear how many branches of the Yi family were. How could there not be a few geniuses? But it didn't matter. The championship was already in his bag. Anyone who wanted to peep at this championship would be swept into the garbage dump by him one by one. As the competition passed round after round, the probability of encountering those geniuses gradually increased. After Yi Mao rushed through 2 more rounds, he was finally defeated and eliminated. At this time, there were only a few hundred people left from the original team of millions. And Yi Shiwen encountered another tyrannical opponent. It was another powerful opponent from a hidden lineage. A young master was staring at Yi Shiwen with torch-like eyes. He had a calm and relaxed look on his face, which was completely different from the aggressive Yi Qing a moment ago. This was a kind of absolute confidence because of the Pearl of Wisdom. Even if the opponent was a dazzling existence like Yi Shiwen, he still had absolute confidence and indifference. Yi Shiwen, I have heard of your existence. Even Yi Qing was defeated by you before. But don't be too proud, because if Yi Qing's opponent was me, he would definitely not be my opponent. The young master said, My inheritance is quite special. It comes from an ancient god. With that said, a breath rushed out of the top of the young master's head. This breath instantly transformed into a long saber and appeared in his hand. It doesn't matter what kind of genius you are. In front of me, who has the inheritance of the gods, you will not be able to withstand a single blow. Yi Shiwen, remember my name, Yi Qin. That young master held a long blade in his hand and indifferently looked at Yi Shiwen as he said. Chapter 1207. It doesn't matter what kind of genius you are. In front of me, who has the inheritance of the gods, you will not be able to withstand a single blow. Yi Shiwen, remember my name, Yi Qin. That young master held a long blade in his hand and indifferently looked at Yi Shiwen as he said, The inheritance of the gods. Yi Shiwen wrinkled his brows. He had encountered several similar situations when he was in the true martial world, and all of them were his formidable opponents. They were extremely tyrannical. Moreover, they were merely the inheritances of the legendary deities. This was the first time he had encountered such a statement. In terms of temperament, he was a level higher than Yi Qing. But unfortunately, no matter what kind of god's inheritance you are, I will definitely be the champion today. Yi Shiwen said firmly, if it were not for the stimulation of the 9 revolutions, Tai Xian Golden Pill, he might not care. It did not matter whether he won the championship or not. His purpose was only to attract the attention of the higher-ups, so that those enemies would not find an excuse to kill him so easily. As long as he performed well enough, the higher-ups would not turn a blind eye to him, just like Yi Qing, who was previously pale under Yi Shiwen's hands. Although he looked so vulnerable in front of Yi Shiwen, would the higher-ups just watch and not take him in and train him? That was simply impossible. The ranking in the competition only determined how many rewards there would be, but whether or not he had potential or how much potential he had, how could the higher-ups not have any idea? Clang! The long saber in his hand directly tore through the sky with a terrifying saber light. The saber light seemed to split the river of time, as if it would exist forever with the world. The eternal and terrifying saber light cut through the sky. Unlike Yi Qing's previous fierce attack, his saber light only paid attention to one word, overbearing. The saber was the hegemon of the weapons. Other saber principles, whether it was seeking speed or strangeness, were not the authentic saber principles. Only the word overbearing was the essence. Yi Shiwen was very clear about this because he was a saber master. His saber technique, combined with his tyrant body, was even more fierce and peerless. Ordinary people could not even block his saber. Good saber technique, but it is useless in front of me. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud, and a group of flames suddenly sprang out of his hand, and then quickly shaped into the shape of a long blade in midair. The flames whistled in midair and burned abnormally, exuberantly. Just as Yi Chen's saber light was about to cut Yi Shiwen finally moved. Whoosh! The flaming saber light appeared once again, and the terrifying saber light instantly set the entire sky on fire. Boom! Two terrifying blade lights collided fiercely in the sky. Both of their blade das followed the path of the word Overlord. They were extremely powerful and had no intention of retreating at all. It was as if the world had lost its color in front of their blade lights in an instant. Yi Shiwen's flaming blade light became even more ferocious and overbearing. It directly chopped down Yi Chen's blade light, and then rushed towards Yi Chen without losing any momentum. A look of surprise flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He did not expect that despite all his calculations, he still miscalculated Yi Shiwen's strength. Although it was only a single exchange, he had already felt it. In front of Yi Shiwen, the blade das that he was so proud of could not gain any upper hand at all. It was easily defeated by Yi Shiwen, proving that Yi Shiwen was more tyrannical than him. He stamped his feet, and his figure retreated frantically. He retreated for dozens of miles, and only then did he barely avoid the slash of Yi Shiwen's flaming saber aura. Boom! The flaming saber aura directly tore a huge crack in the ground. Countless smoke and dust swept up, and sand and stones were flying. The crack was bottomless, and it was unknown whether it was thousands of meters deep or not. Yi Shiwen's saber was so powerful that it could not help but make people's faces change. However, reality did not allow him to think too much. At this time, Yi Shiwen had directly chased after him. The flaming long saber in his hand pointed in the void and drew a line of flames. It looked exceptionally spectacular from afar, but only those who were in the situation could feel how dangerous it was. Yi Shiwen's speed was so fast that he could cover a distance of a few dozen miles in an instant. Before he could react, Yi Shiwen's flaming saber light suddenly appeared in the air, burning the sky as if it had formed a flame domain. In an instant, it had already slashed in front of his face. Yi Chen suddenly roared again and again, urging the Zhanyuan of his whole body. He was already desperate. If he could not stop Yi Shiwen's saber technique from slashing down, then he might be seriously injured in one move, or even killed in one move. Everyone knew that the attack was fierce, but they did not know that Yi Shiwen's blade das were not inferior in the slightest, and even more destructive. He himself practiced the hegemon blade das, and he was very clear that if he was hit by this saber, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! On his body, an unknown energy swept out in an instant, circle after circle, forming a blade das domain around him. In an instant, countless saber auras swept out, condensing in midair, and then crazily slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. He did not expect to seriously injure Yi Shiwen, but he wanted to stop his speed. "Break for me!" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, and the sound wave swept out directly, instantly annihilating the saber auras that wanted to rush over to kill him in midair. These saber auras could not stop Yi Shiwen's footsteps, and almost in an instant, Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of him. Whoosh! The flaming saber auras drew a dazzling light, dancing in the sky and leaving gorgeous traces. It's over. This Yi Chen is also finished. He is definitely not Yi Shiwen's opponent. At this time, someone almost closed his eyes and could not bear to see the scene. A genius is about to fall in the hands of Yi Shiwen. Is there no one who can stop him from moving forward? Someone asked. No, it's not over yet. At this time, someone exclaimed loudly at this time. Boom! Yi Shiwen's flaming saber auras, with one slash, directly slashed into a world of nothingness. This was a world of the way of the blade. Everyone took pride in cultivating the way of the blade. From the commoners to the emperors, all of them cultivated the way of the blade. In this world, there were no other martial arts. There was only the way of the blade. In this world, many children began to cultivate blade das from an early age, and many old people in their twilight years whose hands were already trembling, still continued to cultivate blade Daos, and Yi Shiwen's flaming saber auras directly slashed into this world. In an instant, countless countries in this world were destroyed, as if a saber had slashed into a god's kingdom. A world of supreme blade Daos was actually destroyed by one slash, and it was extremely terrifying. Yi Shiwen's flaming saber auras directly broke through this world, directly cutting this world into two pieces. There was also a slight surprise in his heart, not knowing what kind of blade Daos this was. It could actually slash out a blade Daos kingdom. This blade Daos was really very amazing. Was this the blade Daos inheritance of the gods? Yi Shiwen's flaming saber auras still slowed down because of the appearance of this world out of thin air. It did not reach the expected speed. But it was this slight delay that gave Yi Qin time to escape Yi Shiwen's attack. Boom! Yi Shiwen's saber directly blasted on the ground, and another very terrifying crack was slashed out. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it was only in an instant. Yi Qin, who had escaped from Yi Shiwen's hands, was constantly panting at this time. Everything just now was simply too dangerous. Just one slash had forced them into a dead end, vividly showing the domineering and dangerous blade Daos. He had never encountered such a situation before. They were both blade Daos cultivators. He had always forced others into a dead end with one slash. No one had ever been able to force him into this situation with one slash. Although this was a competition, not a real life and death battle, he also did not know how much strength Yi Shiwen had. If he was cut in half with one slash, he would not even have a place to cry. Huff, huff, huff. The outstanding sound of breathing, accompanied by the continuous rise and fall of his chest, was accompanied by the continuous rise and fall of his chest. In that split second just now, he had consumed more than half of his Zhenyuan. If he had not suddenly burned more than half of his Zhenyuan and increased his speed to the extreme, perhaps there was no way for him to escape Yi Shiwen's saber. Through this blade attack, he finally realized that there was still a big gap between his strength and Yi Shiwen's. Yi Shiwen's blade attack had forced him into a desperate situation. It seemed that the strength of the top heavens pride experts of the younger generation was several times more powerful than he had imagined. The corner of his mouth involuntarily flashed a bit of a wry smile. It seemed that he was still a bit of a frog in a well, somewhat underestimating the world's heroes. But to be like this, he was a bit unwilling. He was not willing to give up just like this after seeing just 2 slashes. Immediately, without any hesitation, he directly stood up with his saber and shouted, "Yi Shiwen, you are very strong, but I also do not want to give up. Next, this is my last slash. If you can withstand it, I will directly admit defeat. If not, then don't blame me." The long saber in his hand instantly began to boil with a hum, and suddenly a fierce saber light began to boil. Heaven-breaking 8 steps slash! Yi Qin shouted coldly, and took a step forward. The momentum of his body leaped up a lot. Yi Shiwen frowned. What kind of martial technique is this? Why is it so strange? But Yi Qin's movements were not finished yet. Step by step, and with each step, the momentum of his body increased a little bit. 8-step slash, not good. Yi Shiwen suddenly narrowed his eyes. The long flame saber in his hand directly boiled and directly rushed towards him, absolutely not giving him the opportunity to finish 8 steps. But at this time, Yi Qin had already sped up his pace and had already completed 8 steps. The momentum of his body had also climbed to an extreme point. Chapter 1208. The aura on Yi Qin's body had completely climbed to the extreme. The boiling blood in his body condensed into an energy pillar that shot into the sky. The long saber in his hand finally moved. It was raised high and expanded in midair. Countless saber auras formed in midair and then condensed into a huge saber aura that slashed down. The terrifying saber chi looked as if it was going to cut the entire world in half. It looked abnormally terrifying. Yi Shiwen spread out his hands. His palms were covered with divinity. It looked like his hands were cast in gold. He directly grabbed the saber aura. Boom! There was a huge and terrifying roar. Countless saber auras suddenly dispersed, sweeping out countless airwaves that rolled in all directions. What happened to this saber? Yi Shiwen won't be killed, right? In the billowing smoke, everyone asked. They couldn't penetrate it with their divine telekinesis, so naturally, they couldn't see it. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound. A figure instantly flew out from it and slammed into a mountain, directly breaking the mountain and then rolling down from the mountain. Everyone looked intently. Wasn't this person Yi Qin? Although the smoke and dust had yet to dissipate, the outcome was already clear. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the smoke and dust to gradually dissipate. Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back as if he wasn't affected by his saber at all. Fortunately, you're only at the peak of the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. Otherwise, this saber would be a big problem, Yi Shiwen said lightly. The sky-piercing 8-step slash was indeed very powerful. Each step would result in a huge improvement in strength, especially when he was already at the peak of the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. Even an ordinary expert at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm would be seriously injured by this saber. Unfortunately, Yi Shiwen's combat power was already comparable to the peak of the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. Although such an attack was terrifying, it still couldn't hurt him. Not long after Yi Chen rolled down from the mountain, a white light took him away. All his previous ambitions had vanished into thin air. Yi Shiwen calmly left the world of battle. His face was not red, nor was he out of breath. It was as if this battle couldn't bring any impact to him at all. This Yi Shiwen is too strong. That Yi Chen's combat power is terrifying, especially with inheritance of the gods. His future development is simply limitless. But even so, he can't compete with Yi Shiwen at all. He can't even make him use his full strength. It's a pity for Yi Chen. If he hadn't met Yi Shiwen, perhaps he would have been able to squeeze into the top 10, or even the top 5. This time, Yi Shui and the others aren't here. It could have been a good opportunity for them to shine and become famous. They also had this idea. Unfortunately, an evildoer like Yi Shiwen appeared out of nowhere. Even if they become famous, they would only become Yi Shiwen's stepping stone. Whether it is the previous Yi Qing or the current Yi Chen, their inheritances are incredible, but in the hands of Yi Shiwen, they are just like playthings. What is Yi Shiwen's origin? What kind of inheritance is this? It is said that Yi Shiwen was originally the bloodline of our Yi family. He was not cultivated by our Yi family. Do you know what inheritance he has? How can he be so powerful? Some people were puzzled. They didn't know where Yi Shiwen came from. How could he be so powerful? It is said that he is the son of the previous Yi Junshan. Yi Junshan? You mean that Yi Shiwen easily defeated Yi Chen, which immediately caused countless people to exclaim. Even among the Yi family higher-ups, there was a lot of discussion about it. Similar. Too similar. They really are father and son. The death of Yi Junshan is a mystery after all. Now that his son is back, I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing for our Yi family. This man has unlimited potential. He must not be left alive. These higher-ups also had their own plans. Each of them had a different standpoint. Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. As long as it attracted attention, it was enough. As for whether it was good or malicious, it didn't matter at all. After Yi Chen, Yi Shiwen easily defeated several experts who had already entered the 4th heaven of the Transcendence realm and directly advanced to the top 8. His opponent in the top 8 was also a genius in the early 5th heaven of the Transcendence realm. Although he was not Yi Shiwen's opponent, Yi Shiwen had to sigh. The Yi family really had many geniuses. In addition to Yi Shui and a group of geniuses who had been famous for many years, there are still many young geniuses who are far from being famous, waiting to amaze the world. With these geniuses emerging continuously, how could the Yi family not be strong? However, very quickly, everyone's attention was once again focused on him. This was because his opponent in the semifinals was none other than Yixing. There were two people who were the most dazzling in this tournament. One was Yi Shiwen. He had defeated many opponents who were thought to be impossible to defeat and had come all the way to where he was now. The other one had already received a lot of attention. He was already a famous genius even before he had returned to the Yi clan to acknowledge his ancestors. After returning to the Yi clan, he had directly broken through the 6th floor of the Martial Essence Tower, and his name had shaken the Yi clan. Although his limelight was overshadowed by Yi Shiwen and Yi Fan later, his strength and talent could not be denied. And now they finally met in the top 4. They did not meet in the finals, which made many people feel that it was a bit of a pity. Both of them had the potential to win the championship, and either of them could have won the championship. Unfortunately, they met in the top 4. In the eyes of everyone, this was somewhat of a pity. At this time, there were only 4 people left in the huge square. In addition to Yi Shiwen and Yi Xing, there were 2 other young experts who also had extraordinary auras and extraordinary strength. If there was one thing that these 4 people had in common, it was that they had easily defeated all their opponents to get to where they were now. And now they had finally met. No matter how easily they had defeated their opponents before, they had to defeat their opponents now to have a chance to win the championship. In particular, although they were in the top 4, among the rewards given by the higher-ups, there was a world of difference between the top 3 and the remaining 7 people in the top 10. Not to mention the 9 revolutions, Taixien Golden Pill for the first place. The 9 revolutions, Taixien Golden Pill alone, had overshadowed the value of all the rewards after that. Therefore, everyone had no way out. They could only move forward with all their might and fight for the top 3. Moreover, who was not a genius among geniuses who could make it this far? Each of them had unimaginable strength and ambition. They did not need to work so hard just to fight for the top 3. At that time, their goal was all to win the championship. The 9 revolutions, Taixien Golden Pill. Yi Shiwen, it's a pity that you can only go this far. Yi Xing looked at Yi Shiwen and said with a sinister smile on his face. He did not know when Yi Shiwen had become a thorn in his side. Yi Shui and the others were not included. If he wanted to climb to the top among the younger generation, Yi Shiwen was a mountain that was difficult to surpass. I think it's a pity for you. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and did not take Yi Xing's provocation seriously. The 9 revolutions, Taixien Golden Pill, was prepared for me. You people also want to covet it? What a joke. Yi Xing smiled coldly and took the lead to control the token and enter the microcosm used for the competition. Yi Shiwen did not say much and directly strode in. Yi Xing had barely entered the microcosm when Yi Shiwen couldn't help but take the initiative to launch an attack. The power of countless stars began to emerge from his hand and set off a circle of ripples. It transformed into a big star hand and slapped down with a loud rumbling sound. This big star hand contained a universe. Countless stars were annihilated and reborn in an instant. The power of rebirth and annihilation turned into a terrifying force that blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Like a star, it instantly fell down and directly suppressed Yi Shiwen. "Star Destroyer!" he shouted loudly, and directly suppressed Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed. Compared to 3 months ago, Yi Xing's strength had undergone a fundamental change. Although he had not broken into the 6th level of the Transcendence realm, his strength was definitely enough to easily defeat 10 of him from 3 months ago. It seemed that he had been diligently cultivating in the past 3 months. Yi Xing did not slack off either. After being taken away by the big shots, he had gained a lot in the secret territory. Yi Shiwen, although I don't know your strength and I don't know your origin, anyone who dares to stand in my way and prevent me from winning the championship will die. Accompanied by a roar, the star attack was like a tidal wave and overwhelmingly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. At this moment, the qi on Yi Shiwen's body instantly erupted. His clothes fluttered, and waves of chi spread out with his body as the center. In the face of the big star hand that blasted down, Yi Shiwen finally moved. A terrifying force boiled in his hand, and countless stars condensed into a huge star in his hand. He directly punched out. 2 stars streaked across the sky, leaving a dazzling mark as the fist and palm collided. Boom! There was a terrifying collision, and countless stars produced dazzling lights. With the fist and the palm as the center, they frantically annihilated in all directions. Wherever they passed, large amounts of space were annihilated. This scene seemed to have returned to the time when the universe had just been born, when the heavens and earth were split apart. Immediately afterward, the shock wave swept in all directions and the range expanded. It was extremely terrifying. 2 terrifying forces directly impacted on their bodies. Yi Shiwen's body shook slightly, while Yi Xing's body slightly took 2 steps back before he managed to stop. Chapter 1209. The exchange of blows between the 2 of them just now was almost immediately clear who was superior and who was inferior. An astonished look flashed in Yi Xing's eyes. He was obviously frightened by Yi Shiwen's fighting prowess. Although he hadn't been injured in the previous wave of attacks, it had still forced him to take 2 steps back. However, Yi Shiwen hadn't moved an inch. This in itself was enough to explain some things. The exchange between the 2 is so terrifying. Sure enough, these 2 people are favored by the heavens. When facing each other, it is impossible for them to defeat each other easily like before and win. Yeah, one of these 2 people is the bloodline of our Yi family, and the other is the illegitimate son of a big shot in our Yi family. Logically speaking, they should not be a match for the local experts of our Yi family, but I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter they had. They are actually so powerful. It was because they were very clear that compared to the local geniuses, the resources that those who were wandering outside could not be compared at all. It was more difficult for them to cultivate. They could not even compare to the branch families, let alone the geniuses of the main family. If it was Yi Xing, it would have been fine. A long time ago, people had speculated that he was the illegitimate son of an important figure in the Yi family. Although he had been wandering outside, in fact, this important figure had been secretly providing him with resources for his cultivation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have such a cultivation base. Yi Shiwen really emerged from a crack in a rock. He had nothing to do with the main family and the branch families of the Yi family. It was really shocking that such a person could cultivate to such a level. I'm afraid that ordinary warriors at the 5th level of the law manifestation realm would be directly killed by a punch in front of them. They are not a match for these 2 people at all. Could it be that they have already entered the 6th level of the law manifestation realm? Many people had their own guesses, but before they could think more, the battle had already begun. However, this time, it was Yi Shiwen who launched the first attack. Swoosh! Yi Shiwen's figure almost turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared instantly. Then he appeared in front of Yi Xing in an instant. He directly spread out his palm, and countless starlights flickered in it. They turned into rays of light, forming a huge cage that slammed down on Yi Xing from the sky. 1,000 stars dominating palm. It's just a small trick. Yi Xing said disdainfully, I'm going to be the champion this time. Whoever dares to stand in my way will die. He roared, and his entire body exploded. His hands were like a pair of iron claws, and he ruthlessly tore through the air. Endless starlight boiled from the gaps between his fingers. Swoosh! Yi Shiwen smashed down, and the starlight cage was immediately torn apart. It couldn't envelop his body at all. Then a big hand mixed with countless golden lights pierced through the vast sky and grabbed towards Yi Shiwen. Even the mountains and the seas would explode if Yi Shiwen was grabbed. This was a hand that could chase the stars and seize the moon. Pucci! Yi Shiwen's reaction was even faster. He slashed down with his flaming saber technique and crushed the big starlight hand in the air. Then, Yi Shiwen fell down at an even faster speed. His body fell down like a meteor and instantly rushed towards Yi Xing's direction. "Die for me!" Meteor explosion. Yi Shiwen shouted, and his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Countless starlight condensed into his fist at a terrifying speed. The brilliant brilliance was like a meteor streaking across the vast sky. Countless starlight boiled, and the power of the stars condensed in his hand. It even condensed into a terrifying storm and instantly swept down. It formed a huge starlight storm, and terrifying energy fluctuations spread out in an instant. Even many experts who were watching the battle from the outside could feel the terrifying aura, let alone Yi Xing, who was standing in front of Yi Shiwen. An unimaginable look of horror flashed in his eyes. He couldn't imagine how Yi Shiwen could possess such a terrifying move. Although he couldn't figure it out, it didn't stop his body from instinctively running away. "Where are you going?" Yi Shiwen shouted, and immediately chased after him. How could he let him escape? Boom! The meteor in Yi Shiwen's hand exploded in an instant. The energy from the explosion was condensed by Yi Shiwen and then blasted out in the air. The energy from the explosion blasted out a dazzling light, piercing the vast sky, and then slammed into Yi Xing's body. Although Yi Xing wanted to escape, he couldn't keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed. Boom! Yi Xing's body was blasted directly by the meteor explosion, and it almost disintegrated on the spot. This time the meteor explosion had drained 1/10 of Yi Shiwen's qi. It should be known that Yi Shiwen had a huge amount of qi after integrating with the star beast. It was obvious how terrifying this meteor explosion was to be able to drain 1/10 of his qi in one go. Moreover, it was improved by him. It was a trump card that he wouldn't use easily under ordinary circumstances. Yi Xing took this blow head-on, and for a moment, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. His body almost disintegrated on the spot, and his face smashed through several mountains before he managed to stop his retreat. At this time, his body was already a mess, and it could even be said that he was almost killed by Yi Shiwen. This move is too terrifying. Many people, including some law manifestation realm experts who had been cultivating for thousands of years, still felt a chill when they saw this move. They subconsciously compared themselves to Yi Shiwen, only to find that if it was them, they would definitely be dead. It would be useless even if it was anyone else. I didn't expect that this would be an epic battle. I didn't expect that the outcome of this battle would be decided so easily. Yi Xing is not Yi Shiwen's match at all. He was defeated in just a moment. It's not that Yi Xing is too weak. It's that Yi Shiwen is too strong. Originally, I thought that the two of them would continue to test each other until they were confident of winning. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would suddenly make a killing move? The qi fluctuation of this move is so huge. I think Yi Shiwen must have used up all his strength. If this move can't kill Yi Xing, the one who will die will be Yi Shiwen himself. Speaking of which, both of them are of the same bloodline, but Yi Shiwen is decisive and ruthless. Obviously, he has more experience than Yi Xing. That's right. If it were me, I absolutely wouldn't dare to use all of my true essence to make this move. Because if there was an accident, or if I didn't kill him, then I would be the one to die. His courage is truly astonishing. However, they obviously didn't know that Yi Shiwen's qi after integrating with the Star Beast's bloodline was 10 times, or even dozens of times, that of ordinary people. That move just now seemed to have used up all his strength, but in fact his combat power was still maintained at 80% or 90% of his peak state. It would not take long for him to recover to his peak state under the treatment of Phoenix regeneration. For others, it would require the courage to fight for their lives, but it was not the case for Du Ta. Even so, he rarely made a killing move as soon as he came up. He would usually do so after testing the waters. Yi Shiwen's figure fell and landed not far away from Yi Xing. He frowned slightly because he found that Yi Xing was not directly transported out. What did that mean? He still had the strength to fight? Sure enough, as Yi Shiwen guessed, Yi Xing's figure began to move slowly, and the injuries on his body also recovered little by little. The aura on his body turned into ripples and spread out. Almost. Just a little bit more, and I would have been killed by you. Yi Xing's icy voice sounded as though it had emerged from hell. I had originally thought that no one would be able to threaten me in this competition. Congratulations. You have successfully enraged me. His eyes were cold, and the blood flowing down from the top of his head intensified the coldness. Yi Shiwen, you really don't know what's good for you. I had intended to spare your life, but you actually dared to treat me like this. Today, no one can save you. Yi Xing's figure was becoming more and more terrifying. In his body, some kind of seal seemed to have been opened. His aura, which was originally at the 5th level of the Law Phase realm, broke through in an instant and entered the 6th level of the Law Phase realm. He broke through. Everyone's eyes widened, and everyone could see that he did not use some secret technique to forcefully increase his cultivation level. In other words, he was originally at the 6th level of the Law Phase realm, but he was hiding his strength before. No wonder he was so arrogant and actually said that he was going to be the champion. He did have such confidence. Compared to the 4th and 5th levels of the Transcendence realm that these people had displayed, previously, his strength was obviously much stronger than theirs. The strength of the 6th level of the Law Phase realm was enough to sweep away all the experts at the 5th level of the Law Phase realm. 6th level of the Law Phase realm. He is actually at the 6th level of the Law Phase realm. At this time, countless people shouted. The 6th level of the Transcendence realm was enough to be at the top of the younger generation. If Yi Shui and the others didn't make any progress, they would probably be suppressed by Yi Xing. It was also enough to show that Yi Xing had probably obtained some great benefits during his closed-door cultivation in the 3-month box. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. I didn't expect it to be like this. This time Yi Shiwen is in trouble. At this time, the people of the Luya City branch family in the spectator seats widened their eyes at this time, and their expressions changed all of a sudden, although they were very confident in Yi Shiwen. And Yi Shiwen had a record of defeating Jiagu Zhenghao before. Jiagu Zhenghao was only at the 5th level of the Law Phase realm. He was not an opponent of the same level as Yi Xing, who was at the 6th level of the Law Phase realm. Chapter 1210. Oh no, Yi Shiwen is in danger. No one had imagined that Yi Xing would actually enter the 6th sky of the Transcendence realm. A Yi family expert, who was sitting high up on the platform, revealed a satisfied smile on his face. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was simply a clown. He could jump all he wanted, but he was just a grasshopper at the end of the autumn. Yi Xing's cultivation of the 6th sky of the Transcendence realm was completely exposed. The results of his special training were also completely displayed. The aura on Yi Xing's body continued to spiral upwards. It looked abnormally terrifying. His eyes were fixed on Yi Shiwen, cold and merciless. His body displayed a supreme aura, forming a wave of air that swept out, causing Yi Shiwen's clothes to flutter in the wind. Yi Shiwen didn't move an inch. Even though he felt the change in Yi Xing's aura, his expression didn't change in the slightest. Yi Shiwen, today is the day of your doom. You are fated to die today. Yi Xing sneered at Yi Shiwen. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body became even more tyrannical. It was like a coiling dragon or a crouching tiger. His palms flipped in midair, and countless stars began to flicker in his hands. They formed a huge star that pressed down on Yi Shiwen. Compared to before, the star that Yi Xing had blasted out was several times more tyrannical. It's a pity, Yi Xing. I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength. You are at the 6th sky of the Transcendence realm. If Yi Shui and the others didn't participate in this competition, you would have been able to sweep away everyone. You had a high chance of getting first place, but it's a pity that you met me. Yi Shiwen said faintly. Just as you said, all of this is fate. It's fate that you can only be my stepping stone. You will be suppressed by me forever. Is he crazy? Someone exclaimed when they heard Yi Shiwen's words. Yi Xing had already displayed tyrannical strength that had never been seen before. In previous years, he could be considered a tyrannical expert. Although there was no age limit for the battles during the ancestral worship ceremony, generally speaking, as long as one's age exceeded a certain threshold, they would automatically give up on participating in the ancestral worship ceremony to give the newcomers a chance to shine. Just like Yi Shui and the others. Other than being busy and not being able to participate in the competition this time, it was also because he had already become famous and his age was also approaching the warning line. This time, it could be said that he automatically retreated, leaving space for those younger people to stand out. It was the same for their predecessors. It had been passed down from generation to generation, forming a tacit understanding. It wasn't a hard and fast rule, but everyone would abide by it. Otherwise, the newcomers would never be able to make a name for themselves. Of course, people like Yi Xing, Yi Qing, Yi Chen, and Yi Shiwen were different. Although they were quite old, they had never stood out. In other words, they also needed these competitions to make a name for themselves. Therefore, no one would say anything about their participation. Therefore, in the past years, almost all the champions were at the 5th or 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. Yi Xing was considered an extremely tyrannical master in the past years. Yi Shiwen actually dared to say that it was a pity that he met him. Is he really crazy? Yi Xing, who was at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm, was much more tyrannical than Jiagu Zhenghao. Isn't that so? Is he scared out of his mind? Does he look like a madman? I think at most he has his own trump card. Everyone was talking about it, and Yi Xing, who was opposite Yi Shiwen, was also a little stunned at this time. Yi Shiwen could still have such confidence in the face of such strength, which made him a little puzzled. However, these doubts were immediately suppressed at the bottom of his heart. Any conspiracy or trick was nothing in front of his tyrannical strength. Just when everyone was puzzled, Yi Shiwen moved. A terrifying flaming long blade appeared in his hand, and instantly rose up against the wind. Countless flames formed a huge whirlpool above his head, and in this whirlpool, countless flaming blade auras were formed. Tyrant saber cutting the world. After Yi Xing's aura rose wildly, Yi Shiwen's aura also skyrocketed, not to be outdone. Yi Shiwen originally gave them the feeling that he was only at the peak of the 2nd level of the Transcendence Realm. Even so, it was already beyond everyone's expectations that he could crush all the way until now. But now his aura instantly broke through and skyrocketed all the way to the 3rd level of the Transcendence Realm. He is also hiding his strength. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At this time, everyone finally knew where Yi Shiwen's confidence came from. It turned out that he was actually hiding his strength. There were no signs at all before. If Yi Xing had not broken into the 6th heaven of the Transcendence Realm, there would have been no way to force him to reveal his true strength. Everyone had a feeling that Yi Shiwen was unfathomable. Some people had watched Yi Shiwen fight all the way until now, so the feeling in their hearts was even more unfathomable. It was precisely because they had followed Yi Shiwen all the way until now that they were very clear that Yi Shiwen was like a bottomless pit. No matter what kind of opponent, no matter how strong the opponent was, he was like a terrifying expert with no bottom line at all. No matter how strong the opponent was, they were easily defeated by him. It even gave people the illusion that even if a celestial realm expert came, he could instantly explode with even more tyrannical strength and defeat a celestial realm expert. Although they all knew that this was impossible, as any celestial realm expert could easily crush a group of law manifestation realm experts. Yi Shiwen's calmness and performance left such a feeling in everyone's hearts. In Yi Shiwen's vortex, countless nomological laws danced in it as if it had formed a small world. Flames. This world was formed by flames. It was not only Yi Chen who could slash out a world with a saber. Yi Shiwen could do it too. That was the phenomenon that appeared when he comprehended the wood-burning saber technique to the extreme. Boom! The long flame saber and the big hand entwined with countless stars collided in midair. It was another earth-shattering collision. Compared to just now, the combat power and destructive power of both sides were not as simple as that. It was simply several times more tyrannical. The small world that was originally specially set up for the battle actually began to show signs of collapsing inch by inch. In other words, the strength of the two had begun to approach the bearing capacity of this small world. This kind of artificial small world could not be compared to a naturally formed small world in the end. It was as if two torrents of energy had fiercely collided in midair. Countless energy waves splashed out, and then formed airwaves that swept out in all directions. This was a fierce martial arts competition between the two sides. Yi Xing, who was originally very relaxed and even somewhat indifferent, showed a bit of surprise on his face at this time. He did not expect that Yi Xing could still launch such an attack at this time. Originally, he thought that the meteor explosion should have drained the qi in his body. Even if Yi Xing hid his strength, he should not be able to recover so quickly and launch such an attack. However, at this time, there was no time for him to think too much. He could only circulate the qi in his body and frantically transfer it to make the starlight more brilliant to block Yi Xuan's flame saber aura. It's just a last-ditch struggle. A sneer flashed across Yi Xuan's mouth. Originally, he did not want to expose his strength. He only wanted to win with the combat power of the fifth sky of the law phase realm. This was because he was very clear that many people in the entire Yi family were very hostile to him. Before he had a way to figure out the details of these people, it was better to keep a trump card. These trump cards seemed inconspicuous, but they might play a key role at a critical moment. However, now that Yi Xing had also entered the sixth sky of the law phase realm, the original plan could not be used at all. It was all for naught. It could only expose the fact that he had reached the combat power of the sixth sky of the law phase realm. Since it had been exposed, there was no taboo. Attack with all your strength and defeat Yi Xing. This time, he would never give up the championship on a silver platter. He was determined to get the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. He instantly increased the output of his quintessential essence. His quintessential essence was originally much thicker than Yi Xing's, and the quintessential essence that erupted was also far above his. Almost in an instant, it completely crushed the big starlight hand. Boom! A loud noise came from the 2 torrents of energy. The big hand entwined with countless starlight was instantly slashed into nothingness, turning into endless starlight and dissipating in the sky. Yi Xuan's fiery saber aura did not slow down at all. It continued to slash directly in Yi Xing's direction. Oh no, how can this be? At this time, Yi Xing finally realized that something was wrong. He stomped his feet and began to flee frantically. He turned into a sky full of starlight, trying to escape. Where do you think you're going? Yi Xuan shouted coldly. The fiery saber aura was even faster than him. In an instant, it had already caught up with Yi Xing. Bang! An extremely loud crash sounded. Yi Xing was directly slashed by the fiery saber aura. A huge crack appeared on his back, almost cutting his whole body in half. His whole body almost disintegrated. What inner armor! What body protection genuine! Everything was instantly destroyed by Yi Xuan's blazing saber qi. It was precisely because of these obstacles that he was finally able to preserve his life and not be cut in half by Yi Xuan on the spot. This was because Yi Xuan had no intention of holding back all. If it were Yi Xing, Yi Xuan would not have held back at all. In fact, he would have been eager to kill Yi Xuan on the spot. Even so, Yi Xuan's body was almost split open. He directly slammed into the ground, directly creating a huge pit. Chapter 12:11. What? A big shot of the Yi clan suddenly jumped up from the high seat of the cloud platform. He was dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't expect to see such a scene. He was the one who had personally brought Yi Xing into the secret realm to cultivate. Just as the rumors in the outside world said, Yi Xing was his illegitimate son. Furthermore, he was the most talented one among his many children. He had the highest chance of taking over his position in the future. Therefore, he spared no effort to cultivate him. Perhaps many of his children would be dissatisfied, but it didn't matter. They wouldn't dare to overturn the heavens in front of him, whether it was an illegitimate child or a legitimate child. In his eyes, they were all his descendants. There was no difference at all. This time, he made Yi Xing return in a high-profile manner. He even passed the trial of the Martial Essence Tower. He wanted to make Yi Xing famous in one fell swoop. He wanted to find a suitable reason for his next step of cultivation. If he didn't have a good reason, he could only use his own resources to nurture Yi Xing. However, the situation was different now that Yi Xing had passed the 6th level of the Martial Refinement Tower. He had become the prodigy of the entire Yi clan. In that case, he could openly use the Yi clan's resources to nurture his successor. Who would have thought that this wishful thinking would be good? Unfortunately, God's plans were not as good as Yi Fan's. First, Yi Fan had passed through the 7th floor. Then, Yi Shiwen had easily passed through the 8th floor. Both of them had broken all the records. The dazzling brilliance of these two people had made Yi Xing's brilliance dim by a lot. Originally, he wanted to use this to make a name for the Yi clan. Now, it seemed like he was making a wedding dress for Yi Shiwen and Yi Fan. Fortunately, the basic goal had been achieved. He had enough reason to mobilize the Yi clan's resources to cultivate Yi Xing. Even those old guys who didn't like him couldn't find fault in this matter. This was also the Yi clan's usual practice. Whether it was the main clan or the branch clan, as long as a genius could pass the 5th floor of the Martial Essence Tower, they would be cultivated with all their strength. Only in this way could the Yi clan be guaranteed to have a steady stream of geniuses and ensure the Yi clan's long-term prosperity. No one could tamper with this matter because it was related to the prosperity of the Yi clan for generations to come. Therefore, Yi Shiwen's slow reaction was already the limit for the Yi clan. As for letting those old fellows who only cared about the Yi clan watch helplessly as the forces hostile to Yi Shiwen strangled Yi Shiwen to death, it was simply impossible for them to do so. This was simply going against the heavens. Not to mention that Yi Shiwen had also broken through the 8th layer. Among the younger generation of this generation, it was very rare to see someone who could break through the 8th layer. Not to mention, he had done so with such outstanding results. So, it was impossible for everyone to ignore his existence. Fortunately, he achieved his goal in the end. Yi Xing received sufficient resources to train him, and Yi Xing did not disappoint him. In just a short span of 3 months, he had already entered the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. Originally, he thought that the champion was almost certain. Therefore, he did not hesitate to mobilize his forces in the Yi clan to create momentum and get the clan master to agree to award the 9 Revolutions Taishian Golden Pill to the champion of this competition. For this, he also paid a great price to create such momentum. By the time Yi Xing obtained the 9 Revolutions Taishian Golden Pill with more cultivation, it was almost certain that he would enter the Heaven Realm. It should be known that even in the Yi clan there were many factions, and in each faction the Transcendence Realm was the backbone, but only the Heaven Realm was the true pillar. If a faction did not even have a Heaven Realm expert, it would have no influence in the upper echelons, not to mention being able to guarantee its own interests. And only after Yi Xing entered the Heaven Realm could he arrange for Yi Xing to take over his position. Then he could also free himself from the trivial matters and cultivate in peace to seek longevity. These things were all calculated long ago, and every step was within his expectations. Only Yi Shiwen was a complete surprise. He had never thought that there would be a variable and freak like Yi Shiwen. First, he messed up his plan to make Yi Xing famous in the Yi clan. Then he directly crippled Yi Xing in the competition, directly interrupting his path to winning the championship. Although the finals had not yet begun, in his opinion, if even Yi Xing was not a match for Yi Shiwen, who else could be a match for him? This meant that the champion was almost determined. Thinking of this, he could not help but have some thoughts in his mind, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was really Zhou Lang's ingenious plan to bring peace to the world, but he suffered a double loss. All his calculations seemed so ridiculous at this time, which was equivalent to making a wedding dress for Yi Shiwen. Thinking of how much he had paid to get the clan master to agree to award the 9 Revolutions Taishan Golden Pill to this year's champion, he really had the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood at this time. Big loss, big loss. He was so depressed that he was about to die. Spit out blood. I'm really going to spit out blood. He had never suffered such a big loss before, and no one had ever been able to see through his calculations so cleanly. His gaze was like that of a ferocious beast that was about to devour someone. On the other side of his gaze was Yi Shiwen, who had defeated Yi Xing. Many of the big shots of the Yi clan around him wanted to laugh when they saw his defeated appearance, especially those big shots of the Yi clan who did not get along with him at all. At this time, they were even more delighted. Yi Qian, to think that you would have such a day, ha 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 ha. She looked at Yi Shiwen with a much friendlier gaze. Well, this little guy is really pleasing to the eye. Yi Shiwen's figure floated above Yi Xing, and once again confirmed that this time, Yi Xing had really been beaten to the ground by him, and there was no chance for him to fight back. Let's see if you can still make a comeback this time. Yi Shiwen sneered. Yi Xing was indeed a talent, and he was able to make another breakthrough in a short period of time. Although a lot of resources were tilted towards him, Yi Shiwen did not deny his talent. He could only say that it was a pity that he had met Yi Shiwen, and he still had to go against him. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and Yi Xing was directly teleported out. This battle Yi Shiwen won. Everyone was shocked. There was silence. Perhaps it wouldn't be surprising if either Yi Xing or Yi Shiwen emerged victorious in the end. After all, this was a very normal thing to do. Both of them were originally the favorites to win the championship, so it would not be surprising if either one of them won. However, what really surprised everyone was the process of the battle. They thought that Yi Xing, who was extremely powerful and could easily defeat any opponent, would be in a tit-for-tat battle when he faced Yi Shiwen. It would not be surprising if the battle was earth-shattering, but who knew that Yi Xing would be completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen with an absolute advantage as soon as he made his move. Yi Shiwen's sudden attack almost disintegrated his body on the spot. This was already unexpected enough. No one thought that this would be the result. However, what was even more surprising was that Yi Xing erupted with the terrifying strength of the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. Just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen would not be able to escape this time, Yi Shiwen also erupted with even more tyrannical strength. Even though Yi Xing erupted with the strength of the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen only needed one slash to completely injure him. Originally, everyone thought that there would be a fierce battle, but now it seemed that it was simply a joke. Yi Xing did not even have the strength to fight back against Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen almost directly advanced to the finals with his undisputed strength. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who was outside, planned to pay attention to his opponents in the finals. Apart from Yi Xing, these two people were not ordinary either. After all, to be able to stand out among the millions of elites of the younger generation, they naturally would not be simple. It was just that previously, Yi Shiwen's attention was basically on Yi Xing. Although he was confident that Yi Xing was definitely not his opponent, he did not pay too much attention to the others. Among these two young masters, Yi Shi was the successor of another secret inheritance in the Yi family. His journey had been very smooth, similar to Yi Shiwen and Yi Xing. He directly swept through the opponents, and no one could cause any trouble for him at all. As for the other young man with an ordinary appearance, Yi Shukong, He was a very ordinary disciple of the Yi family. Before this tournament, no one knew what kind of character he was. He was even more of a dark horse than Yi Shiwen, although Yi Shiwen's time of rise was not very long, and many people might not be very familiar with Yi Shiwen. He had been famous for a few months after all. Among them, there was even a sensational event like crippling Jiagu Zhenghao. So although Yi Shiwen's time of fame was very short, in terms of fame, he did not lose to Yi Xing, who was already famous before returning to the Yi family. On the other hand, Yi Shukong had no reputation at all. In fact, there weren't many people who could call out his name before this. However, in this battle, he had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. He was a dark horse that couldn't be any darker. Previously, no one had heard of any outstanding achievements from him. But in the battle, he could easily take down those elites who had been famous for many years. Even if this Yi Shi came from a hidden sect with an ancient inheritance, and his cultivation had even entered the peak of the 5th level of the law manifestation realm, when facing Yi Shukong, he was simply unable to fight back. In fact, it was even more serious than when Yi Xing faced Yi Shiwen. No matter how Yi Shi resisted when facing Yi Shukong, he was completely not an opponent at all. It was like a child facing an adult, unable to fight back. Chapter 12:12. What a great Yi Shukong! Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and watched as Yi Shi was defeated by Yi Sukong. Yi Shi didn't even have the strength to fight back against Yi Sukong. Yi Shukong's swordsmanship was close to the Tao. Every strike contained great power. Yi Shi's cultivation was not shallow, and the source of his martial arts was not ordinary. However, when facing Yi Shukong, he was still at a disadvantage. It was just like when Yi Xing faced Yi Shiwen. It was the same. He was at a disadvantage in every aspect and was completely suppressed. It was even easier than when Yi Shiwen defeated Yi Xing. No matter what, Yi Xing had already stepped into the 6th sky of the Transcendence Realm, while Yi Shi was only at the 5th sky of the Transcendence Realm. This Yi Shukong is probably already at the 6th sky of the Transcendence Realm. Yi Shiwen said with a slightly serious expression. This Yi Shukong was much stronger than he had imagined. Originally, he thought that after defeating Yi Xing, he had already swept away the biggest obstacle to winning the championship. However, now it seemed that the real enemy was Yi Shukong, not Yi Xing. Compared to the strength that Yi Shukong displayed, Yi Xing seemed to be much weaker. Not only was Yi Shiwen amazed, but the spectators were also amazed. They originally thought that Yi Shiwen and Yi Xing's combat power of the 6th sky of the Transcendence Realm was already amazing enough. They did not expect Yi Shukong to be even more amazing. And most importantly, many people thought that Yi Shiwen would win the championship without a doubt. After defeating Yi Xing, the favorite to win the championship, there was almost no doubt that he would win the championship. However, the result was not like this. Yi Shukong also had the potential to win the championship. Yi Shi, who was also at the peak of the 5th sky of the Transcendence Realm, could not fight back at all in front of Yi Shukong. Many people guessed that Yi Shukong had most likely entered the 6th sky of the Transcendence Realm. Although with Yi Xing as an example, everyone knew that even if Yi Shukong entered the 6th sky of the Transcendence Realm, it might not be enough in front of Yi Shiwen. After all, it was different from when Yi Shiwen defeated Yi Xing and became the champion. For Yi Shiwen, there was still a huge threat. In other words, the championship battle had begun to become suspenseful again. I never expected that this unknown Yi Shukong would actually be so formidable. I'm afraid he isn't the slightest bit inferior to Yi Shui and the others. It's true that quite a few geniuses like this that no one usually notices will appear in every competition, and they'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The more geniuses there are, the more powerful our Yi clan will be. This is a good thing, a good thing. At this time, Yi Shukong's attack had also reached the end. Yi Shukong shouted coldly and loudly, "Let's stop here!" He swung his sword, and the endless sword radiance instantly swept into a terrifying storm, surrounding him and forming a huge storm, instantly sweeping up. One sword to break all techniques. Originally, he was able to completely suppress Yi Shi just by relying on his sword skills. Now, he even used his tyrannical strength. He seemed to know that his strength had already been guessed by others, and there was no point in keeping it a secret. He finally no longer chose to keep it a secret and used his tyrannical strength. Boom! A stream of sword chi instantly slashed down, completely crushing Yi Shi's attack in an instant. It directly broke through all the attacks on his body. One slash, just one slash. Yi Shi was blasted away by the sword chi on the spot, and he was almost cut into two by this sword chi. He directly turned into a mass of white light and was teleported away. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but gasp. The strength of this Yi Shukong was stronger than they had imagined, and there were even signs of him being able to challenge Yi Shiwen. And high up in the sky, in the depths of the cloud platform, the big shot of the Yi clan, Yi Qian, stared coldly at the two people on the field at this time. First, there was Yi Shiwen, and now there was Yi Shukong. These two people were absolutely amazing. Even if Yi Xing could escape from Yi Shiwen, he was afraid that he would not be Yi Shukong's opponent next. He saw very clearly. After all, he had already entered the celestial realm, and he had a clear view of these battles in the law manifestation realm. Nothing could hide from him. He could not help but feel bitter in his heart. Yi Xing was cultivated by him with all his might. Although he was known as an illegitimate child, many people knew the inside story. When Yi Xing was still outside the Yi clan, he secretly supported and cultivated Yi Xing with all kinds of resources. The various benefits he enjoyed were not inferior to those of those geniuses at all. But now, after returning to this place, they had been completely defeated. First, it was Yi Shiwen, and now it was Yi Shukong. Both of them were amazing geniuses who could reach this step without any cultivation from their families. Compared to them, Yi Xing, who was originally a Heaven's Pride expert, had become unusually dim. This was not a big deal. The key was that he had spent so much effort, but in the end, the 9 revolutions Tai Xian golden elixir was going to be a gift to someone else. How could he accept this? No, this was absolutely unacceptable. He had to find a way to prevent this from happening. His eyes were full of coldness and a bit of killing intent as he looked at the two people below the stage. Yi Shiwen watched Yi Shukong easily defeat Yi Shi, and he secretly became vigilant. This was indeed a powerful opponent, even more tyrannical than Yi Xing from before. Yi Shukong stepped out of the arena. At this time, only Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong were left in the arena. As if sensing Yi Shiwen's gaze, Yi Shukong turned his gaze over. It was a pair of deep and calm eyes, as if nothing in this world could attract his attention. It was as if stars in the universe were born and destroyed in his eyes, deep and terrifying. Yi Shiwen also read the fighting intent in his eyes, which was burning with fighting intent. After sensing his fighting intent, the fighting intent in Yi Shiwen's body also began to burn fiercely. This was a feeling that could only be felt when facing a tyrannical opponent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two. The two amazing geniuses who were not in the public sight before were now finally going to collide. Big brother, this Yi Shukong is so powerful. Will second brother be fine? Among the crowd, Yi Qiao looked at Yi Shiwen with some worry and asked. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Shiwen would have no problem winning the championship, but they did not expect that a dark horse like Yi Shukong would appear and suddenly disrupt everyone's rhythm. It's okay. You have to have confidence in brother win, Yi Mao said with a smile, although he was also very afraid of Yi Shukong's strength, and compared to Yi Kai and Yi Qiao, who were only half step into the law manifestation realm, he was in the law manifestation realm, so he could see more clearly. He knew that the horror of Yi Shukong was far beyond what they knew, but so was Yi Shiwen. After hearing Yi Mao's words, Yi Kai and Yi Qiao did not think much about it. After so many rounds, watching Yi Xuan defeat almost all of his opponents, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They had a kind of blind trust in Yi Xuan. As long as Yi Xuan was on the field, there was no enemy that he could not defeat. Yi Xing was strong enough before, but in the end he was directly destroyed by Yi Xuan in 2 moves. Looking at Yi Xuan, although there was a somewhat dignified expression on his face, there was no panic. This was the performance of a person who was wise. Indeed, Yi Xuan was indeed wise. No matter how strong Yi Shukong was, it did not matter to him at all. Yi Xuan, come and fight. As long as you defeat me, even if the reward for 2nd place is given to you. So what? Yi Shukong looked at Yi Xuan and said confidently, not caring about the reward given by the Yi family, "You really don't care?" Yi Xuan said with some surprise, "One must know that the reward given by the Yi family was very generous, even if it was only for 2nd place. Even he was a little tempted, but Yi Shukong was not tempted at all. Without the 9 revolutions, Taishian golden pill, everything else is not worthy of my attention." Yi Shukong said indifferently, "My Tao lies only in myself. All external forces are fleeting clouds. I don't care about anything except for the 9 revolutions, Taishian golden pill. Aren't you the same? I heard that you are also a descendant of the Yi family and have not received any benefits from the Yi family at all. I don't believe that you really care about this kind of thing." Yi Shukong was like an ancient ascetic. He firmly believed that his own body was the origin of everything. In his opinion, no matter what kind of external support, it would interfere with his Tao. Although many people thought that these ascetics were stupid, no one dared to deny the strength of the ascetics. This was because they were able to endure all kinds of difficult conditions. In their eyes, it was natural for them to be strong. Hearing Yi Shukong's words, the expressions of many big shots of the Yi family in the depths of the cloud platform changed slightly. What they were most afraid of was encountering such geniuses who did not rely on the Yi family at all. For example, no matter how powerful Yi Shui, Yi Xing, and the others were, for the Yi family, there were only benefits and no disadvantages, because everything they had was given by the Yi family. Without the Yi family, they would not be where they were today. The Yi family could give them everything, and naturally, they could take back everything that was given to them. Therefore, they did not care about these things at all. Everything was under their control. They used to be like this too. Generation after generation, they developed the Yi family. However, Yi Shukong, Yi Xuan, and the others were on the other extreme. They did not rely on any help from the Yi family to cultivate to such an extent. Since they did not enjoy any benefits from the Yi family, how could they have any sense of belonging to the Yi family? This was a very real problem. Since they did not have a sense of belonging, there was naturally no way to ask them to do anything for the Yi family. All efforts and returns were relative. These big shots of the Yi family were in charge of the Yi family. Naturally, they would not be stupid enough to think that everyone in the Yi family would contribute unconditionally to the Yi family. Whatever they wanted in return, they would have to pay the price. Chapter 12:13. No one could just enjoy the rewards without paying the price. If the Yi clan wanted many geniuses to fight for it, dedicate themselves to it, and contribute to it, then it had to treat these geniuses well. This was also the reason why the Yi clan treated these geniuses so well. Only when these geniuses felt that there were enough benefits would these geniuses be loyal to the Yi clan, just like the Yi clan itself. However, in the face of people like Yi Shukong, there was nothing they could do. The reason was also very simple. Yi Shukong did not receive any benefits from the Yi clan, so what right did he have to ask him to fight for the Yi clan? This was an issue of equality. If it was an ordinary person, they would not think so much. But in the face of a top genius who might be able to step into the celestial realm in the future, it was never too much to be careful. The best way was to use time to slowly make up for this part of the gap. What the Yi clan did not give him before, he would double it. After all, he had grown up in the Yi clan. However, Yi Xuan was different. He had grown up outside the clan and had nothing to do with the Yi clan. Moreover, after returning to the Yi clan, he had been obstructed by some people. Even though he had displayed the strength of a top heavens pride expert, he had not been able to enjoy the corresponding treatment. How could he not feel resentment? After seeing the talent and strength displayed by Yi Shiwen, some of the big shots of the Yi clan who were originally neutral also began to slightly regret at this time. Was it wrong to do this? If such a genius could not be accepted into the Yi clan, should they push him to the opposite side? I'm different from you, Yi Shiwen insipidly said. Perhaps these things from outside the province will hinder your cultivation for you. However, I can transform any external help into my own strength and quickly improve myself. These rewards may not be enough to make me work for them, but why wouldn't I accept them since they have delivered themselves to my doorstep? You are right. The two of them were like two completely different paths. For Yi Shukong, he was the only one, and any other assistance would become an obstacle on his path of cultivation. This path was very arduous, and it was even more difficult for him than for others. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen was making use of all the available conditions to quickly strengthen himself. He had the mysterious space to make deductions for him, so he wouldn't make the slightest mistake. Moreover, he had Yi Mo, an experienced and circumspect old guy, to help him at any time. So he didn't have to worry about any problems. The Das of the two were completely different, but they had converged here today. Sure enough, these outsiders are all ambitious wolves. No matter how many resources we give them to train, they won't show any gratitude at all, let alone submit to us. Some people reflected on whether or not they should increase their support for Yi Shiwen. However, there were also some people who spoke nonsense at this time. Some of them were hostile to Yi Shiwen, while some of them were well-known old fogies of the Yi family who believed in the theory of bloodline. They were often stubborn elders of the main family. They were born in the most prominent main bloodlines of the Yi family and had always recognized those who grew up in the Yi family. As for those who wandered outside, even if they were geniuses, there was no value in cultivating them. Because they grew up outside, the recognition of the Yi family was very low, and there was no value in cultivating them at all. This was incompatible with the policy of cultivating geniuses at all costs held by the vast majority of people. For many years, the Yi family had also relied on an inclusive attitude towards all geniuses of the Yi family's bloodline to gain the loyalty of countless geniuses. Therefore, the Yi family could prosper until now. This was a principle recognized by the vast majority of people. However, there were still some people who were dismissive of this and supported the theory of bloodline. For the Yi family, they were the most extreme right-wingers and their power could not be underestimated. However, I also want the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. Yi Shiwen's words were sonorous and powerful, and he said resolutely. He did not know that the big shots of the Yi family in the depths of the cloud platform were making a ruckus because of Lien Rongen's matter. 2 completely different ideas were colliding. I also won the 9 revolutions, Taishian golden pill. As long as you can defeat me, the 9 revolutions, Taishian golden pill, is yours. Yi Shukong said after a moment of silence. This was obviously a huge training for him. Yi Shiwen's expression became dignified. Soon, a bell's sound came from the depths of the space and floated out. The two glanced at each other and directly stepped into the world used for the battle. Yi Shiwen, it's not too late for you to regret it now. If I go all out, I'm afraid even I can't control it. Yi Shukong glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, he was a little conceited, but he did have the capital to be conceited. Even Yi Shiwen was nothing in his eyes. I know you defeated Yi Xing before, so you should be very proud of yourself. However, if you know my past achievements, you won't think so. There was once an old antique at the 6th level of the law manifestation realm who wanted to plot against me, but he was seriously injured on the spot by my sword and fled. Yi Shukong looked at Yi Shiwen and said with an unusually sincere expression, At this time, countless people in the audience cried out in surprise. Antiques at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm were presumably very old. Perhaps they didn't have enough potential and couldn't advance any further. But if one looked down on them because of that, it would be a big mistake, because there was not much room for improvement in their cultivation. Many of them put their energy on the cultivation of martial arts. After hundreds and thousands of years of cultivation, their strength was terrifying to an unimaginable level. Even geniuses of the same level would have a headache when they encountered these people because they had lived for too long. To some extent, living for a long time was a huge asset in itself. Geniuses had to avoid these people, but Yi Shukong actually seriously injured an antique at the 6th level of the law manifestation realm with one sword strike. It seemed that in terms of combat power, he might be above Yi Xuan. At this time, the balance in everyone's hearts could not help but tilt towards Yi Shukong. Originally, they only thought that Yi Shukong might pose a huge threat to Yi Xuan. But now it seemed that it was not just a threat. It should be an unusually evenly matched battle. Don't say these words. If you have the confidence to defeat me, do you need to say these words to make me take the initiative to retreat? Yi Xuan said with a smile. Yes, he saw through it at a glance. This was Yi Shukong's psychological strategy. He looked sincere, but in fact he wanted to break through Yi Xuan's line of defense. If an ordinary person did not have a firm enough heart, he was afraid that it would be very easy to be affected. At that time he would lose without a fight. This was the reason. When experts fought, there was no room for the slightest flaw, even if it was only a flaw in the mind. If there was no certainty of victory, then it was very easy for others to take advantage of it. He wanted to use psychological strategy. Naturally, he would not expect Yi Xuan to give up the championship so easily under such circumstances. But even if it was just to shake Yi Xuan's heart, it would be worth it. This Yi Shukong was not an ordinary person. He was not a person who stuck to formalities, and his combat talent was very high. Yi Xuan almost instantly came to such a judgment, but there was also an unexpected gain. In fact, Yi Shukong was not so confident. Otherwise, why would he come up with such a strategy? If he really had the confidence to completely defeat Yi Xuan, then he should not have done this. Of course, it was not that he had no confidence at all, but he did not have the confidence to completely defeat Yi Xuan. Yi Xuan is indeed Yi Xuan. Yi Shukong did not deny it and laughed. In his heart, he was also a little surprised that Yi Xuan could see through his strategy at a glance. Although his strategy was simple, in fact, because of its simplicity, it was not easy to guard against. Many talented people often fell into a trap. Only people with extremely rich combat experience and always vigilant could see through his strategy in the first place. It seemed that Yi Xuan's experience was not simple. However, he did not take it to heart. These were just insignificant tricks. Even if it really shook Yi Xuan's heart in the end, he still had to use his skills to see through it. This is actually a strategy. Some people only came to a sudden realization at this time, but they still looked a little incredulous. They were not on guard at all, but were stunned by the results that Yi Shukong said. They did not expect that there was actually a hidden trap in it. They could not help but feel a cold sweat dripping down their backs. This time, Yi Shukong only said it to Yi Xuan. In fact, if it was their turn to be set up in a battle, would they be able to see through it in the first place? They were not sure if they could escape. This could be considered as learning a little from a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. In their hearts, they were even more afraid of Yi Xuan and Yi Shukong. Neither of these two people were ordinary people. These two people are so powerful. They have not even started fighting, but they are already playing dirty tricks on each other. They are not simple. Whether this is a trap or not, if what Yi Shukong said is true, then Yi Xuan and Yi Shukong should be able to stage a fierce battle. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. This finals is much more exciting than I thought. I originally thought that Yi Xue and the others would not participate, so it might be a little boring. Now it seems that they are not inferior to them at all. Many masters in the audience seats were excited. The battle between Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong, the two amazing geniuses, was bound to be exciting. It was directly related to who would be the champion and the whereabouts of the 9 revolutions, Taishan Golden Pill. In that case, then I will not be polite. Yi Shukong's tone became indifferent. Chapter 12:14. This was a highly anticipated battle. Everyone's eyes were on the two of them. The outcome of the battle would, to a large extent, directly determine the ownership of the 9 revolutions, Taishan Golden Pill. Let's do it, Yi Shiwen said faintly. He was too lazy to say anything more to him. As he spoke, streams of tyrannical qi boiled out of his body and swept out. The void under his feet collapsed in large areas, forming a complete vacuum zone. It looked exceptionally terrifying. That's for the best. Yi Shukong's tone was excited, and his fighting spirit was boiling. The 9 revolutions, Taishan Golden Pill, is destined to be mine. No one can take it away from me. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and an ancient bronze sword with simple patterns appeared in his hand. This was a true display of his strength. It was completely different from when he fought with Yi Shi previously. The aura on his body began to rise continuously. In just a moment, it had climbed to the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm, and it was still rising. It finally stopped when it reached the peak of the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. Clang! The ancient bronze sword in his hand made a loud clanging sound, and the sword light instantly tore through the sky as if it was about to shatter the world. In an instant, it broke through the sky, overturned the world, and everything changed. Under the sword, it was as if a river of time was slashed out. No one could resist the power of time. It was completely different from the previous fight. When Yi Shukong fought with Yi Shi just now, he displayed a terrifying swordsmanship technique that was close to the Tao. He almost didn't use any strength, and just used swordsmanship techniques to force Yi Shi to the point where he couldn't fight back. However, when facing Yi Shiwen, he knew that this was impossible. Yi Shiwen was not Yi Shi in essence. It should be said that Yi Shiwen's existence was 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than Yi Shi. Yi Shiwen had abandoned all fancy moves in this sword attack. Instead, he had integrated all of his martial arts understanding into this sword attack and chopped down from the sky. It was very similar to the sword attack that Yi Shiwen had used to defeat Yi Xing. Yi Shiwen had poured all of his power into the sword attack and had done it once and for all. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally moved. He turned his palm up and grabbed the shape of a dragon's claw, grabbing the sword light. Clang! A loud roar sounded. Yi Shiwen actually blocked the sword. Golden scales appeared on Yi Shiwen's palm, and it was a golden dragon's claw. Great dragon capturing art. Yi Shiwen casually used the great capture dragon power. Compared to 3 months ago, his progress in the great capture dragon power was not small, and it had directly reached the small completion realm. Yi Shiwen directly blocked this sword. However, this sword did not crumble. Instead, it continued to burst out countless sword aura. In an instant, it scattered all over the sky, tearing apart the vast sky. The stars flickered, and the sky was filled with sword light everywhere. The two sides were in a deadlock in midair. Although Yi Shiwen's great capture dragon power had not yet reached the Deshang level, but after all, it had already reached the Xiaoqing level. Moreover, it was a heaven-level martial technique, so its might had reached an unimaginable level. However, he was actually unable to break the sword. Yi Shukong was also a little stunned. He knew the power of this sword very well. Even an ordinary expert at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm would be killed directly. Yi Shiwen was not simple to be able to withstand this sword so easily. Boom! A terrifying force swept out in an instant, and the two of them immediately retreated and separated. This time, both of them seemed to have used all their strength, but they could not do anything to each other. especially those in the audience seats. At this time, they were a little stunned to see the scene in front of them. It was actually a tie. Although the two sides had not fought to the most intense time, it was enough to see how powerful they were to be able to be evenly matched at that time. Especially in the depths of the cloud platform, the Yi family experts looked at Yi Shiwen's great captured dragon power with an unusually complicated expression. How many years has it been? I can't believe I'm seeing the great captured dragon power again. Looking at his eyebrows, it is somewhat similar to Yi Genshin's. The great capture dragon power has actually been practiced to such a level. Amazing. It's almost exactly the same. Such a person coming back from the outside. Is it good or bad for our Yi family? But in addition to Yi Shiwen, more people were more interested in Yi Shukong's sword technique. Because under normal circumstances, if he was not a genius cultivated by his family, it was unlikely for him to learn any extraordinary martial arts. But now it seemed that this sword technique was actually able to contend with the great dragon capture power. It was not simple at all. Both of them were unknown before, and Yi Shiwen was even the bloodline of an outsider. For them, these two people were hiding a big secret. On the field, Yi Shukong did not stop at all. Another sword broke through the sky without leaving any trace at all. In an instant, he had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. If he showed the level of his skill nearing Tao in front of Yi Shi, then now in front of Yi Shiwen, he showed the martial arts knowledge of no move is better than having a move. A casual sword seemed to have no skills, but it contained all the skills in this sword. Even if it was skill nearing Tao, there was still the shadow of a move. This kind of no move is better than having a move was the real trouble. Because there were no traces at all, there was no way to calculate all kinds of subtleties. And Yi Shiwen's move was a heavy sword without a sharp edge. It was also the embodiment of this kind of no move is better than having a move. He did not stick to the moves at all. In terms of the exquisite understanding of moves, Yi Shiwen, who had the mysterious space, was even more tyrannical than him. In fact, Yi Shiwen's realm was even higher than him. He had reached the point where no move is better than having a move, but Yi Shiwen could freely change whether there was a move or not. He did not stick to the saying of no move or having a move at all. This in itself was a realm higher than him. The battle between the two was like a battle between two martial Tao masters. Although the level of power between the two was not the highest in terms of martial Tao realm comprehension, they had far surpassed many experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm and even half-step celestial realm. This was a genius, although their strength was still very insufficient in terms of comprehension. They had reached a very amazing level. And Yi Shiwen did not give way either. He went tit for tat and directly greeted him. Boom! 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 The two sides had fought hundreds of times in an instant, and the fluctuations were more intense than the last. Both sides gradually began to use their full strength, and it was even more terrifying than before. Some experts at the 7th heaven of the Transcendence realm revealed shocked expressions because of their strength. The experts below the 7th heaven of the Transcendence realm were even more shocked. Their juniors felt a chill down their spines. If they encountered either of these two people, they might immediately be defeated. There was no other possibility. The two were like a needle against an awl, facing each other with equal harshness. No matter how much Yi Shukong's strength increased, Yi Shiwen always seemed to be able to block it with ease. Yi Shukong's swordsmanship was sharp, like an antelope hanging its horns. Every sword would appear in places that no one could imagine, but Yi Shiwen was even more powerful. Although he did not counterattack, no matter where Yi Shukong's swordsmanship appeared, he always seemed to be able to detect it in advance and block it in advance. Compared to Yi Shukong, everyone only felt that Yi Shiwen seemed to be more tyrannical, because the saying that a long defense was bound to be lost. Everyone always knew that Yi Shiwen, who was always in a defensive state, would lose sooner or later. But until now, the two sides had fought countless times, and Yi Shiwen had not lost even once. He did not seem to be forced at all. His expression was indifferent, and he looked very relaxed. What they didn't know was that the mysterious space in Yi Shiwen's body was constantly burning spirit crystals, and all kinds of possible deductions were deduced. Yi Shukong's attack seemed like an antelope's horn, but in fact, it was completely under Yi Shiwen's control. In other words, no matter how strong Yi Shukong was, it seemed that he could not escape the deduction of the mysterious space. This kind of deduction was much less than deducing martial arts, and could even be ignored, allowing Yi Shiwen to maintain the upper hand in all aspects. In addition, with the Mingxin ancient tree shrouding his mind, he was always in the best state, and there was no trace of fear at all. Yi Shiwen had been waiting for an opportunity. It was indeed good for a sword cultivator to attack fiercely, but no matter how fierce it was impossible to maintain such an offensive state all the time. This was the so-called the first drum of energy, the second weak, the third exhausted. Everyone could see that although Yi Shiwen was defending, he was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, he was even using Yi Shukong's swordsmanship to practice his own dragon-catching power. Yi Shiwen had been forcibly breaking through during this time. Although the dragon-catching power was also constantly deducing, overall, the progress was not too obvious. And now in the battle with Yi Shukong, his dragon-catching power was actually faintly improving. Although the degree of improvement was not too much, because Yi Shiwen did not have many spirit crystals on him, and it was impossible to completely rely on the mysterious space to deduce. Now he had to rely on his own understanding of martial arts to improve his understanding of the dragon-catching power. Now, in everyone's view, the outcome was even more difficult to predict. Whether it was Yi Shukong with his godly swordsmanship or Yi Shiwen with ease, both seemed to have the potential to win the championship. There was no way to accurately judge who would succeed in the end. Today, no matter who wins the championship in the end, the last two will definitely achieve great things in the future. As long as they don't die, it is almost no problem for them to enter the heaven realm, especially the one who wins, who will obtain the 9 revolutions Taishan golden pill, will definitely enter the heaven realm. Many big shots of the Yi clan in the depths of the cloud platform thought. But the only pity was that these two were not cultivated by the Yi clan, but grew up on their own, which was somewhat regrettable. Yi Shiwen, your idea is not bad. You actually used me to practice your dragon-catching power? Chapter 12:15. Yi Shiwen, your idea is not bad. You actually used me to practice your great dragon-catching power? Yi Shukong looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, as the saying goes, those closely involved can't see clearly. His reaction was a beat slower, but in any case, being used as a whetstone did not make him feel good. You actually recognize the great dragon-catching power. Yi Shiwen was somewhat surprised. Previously, he had also used the great dragon capture power on a whim. However, apart from those big shots of Yi family, the younger generation had almost never recognized the great dragon capture power. So, it was even more difficult for them to recognize it. How can I not know Yi Genshin's famous consummate skill? Yi Shukong said lightly, I didn't expect to be noticed so soon. It's a pity that my great dragon catching power has not been practiced to the peak. It has not even reached the great accomplishment level. I wanted to use you to push my great dragon catching power to the next level, but unfortunately it was all for naught. Yi Shiwen said with a regretful look on his face, but he was actually very satisfied in his heart. Although Yi Shukong had noticed it in a short period of time, Yi Shiwen still had a lot of gains. If he were to practice normally, excluding the mysterious space, it might take him a few months to reach this level. If my great dragon catching power reaches the great accomplishment level, defeating you will be a piece of cake. Humph, go ahead and try. Although the capture the dragon power is very famous, but even if you have mastered it, you are still no match for me. That was just a warm-up. Yi Shukong looked at Yi Shiwen and said with an unusually cold expression, The swordsmanship in Yi Shukong's hand suddenly burst out with unimaginable light. His body exuded a terrifying fluctuation of qi, as if a terrifying power was boiling in it. He was tall and towering in the void like an ancient demon god. A tyrannical fluctuation swept out from his body in an instant, turning the whole world into a kingdom of swords. Countless sword auras flew, collided with each other, and melted, producing an even more terrifying sword aura. Everyone's expression suddenly changed when they saw this scene. They were all very clear that although law manifestation realm masters could condense their own domain, there were still differences. Everyone's domain range was different, and not everyone's domain range was the same. Some might be 100 meters, while others might be a few hundred meters. Although this battle arena was only a small world that was specifically used for battles, in reality a small world was still a small world. No matter how small it was, how small could it be? It would at least be a few thousand kilometers. For a transcendence realm, to be able to cover a range of 1,000 kilometers was something that only a peak stage transcendence realm could do. In fact, many peak stage transcendence realms couldn't even do it. Therefore, one could imagine how shocking this domain was to everyone. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't help but become a little dignified when he saw this domain. Judging from the scope of the domain, one could see how terrifying it was. Although the power of the domain was not necessarily related to the size of the domain. On the contrary, the smaller the domain, the stronger the actual control power and the stronger the power. However, everything didn't have to be looked at in this way. Being able to cover a range of 1,000 kilometers was enough to prove how powerful Yi Shukong was. In the domain of swordsmanship, Yi Shiwen could almost feel that his body's movements were suddenly controlled. There was no way to move freely at all. Even every wisp of air in this world turned into sword auras to conquer him. In this domain of swordsmanship, Yi Shukong was the real sword god, and everyone had to obey his orders. What a powerful domain! I didn't expect this Yi Shukong to cultivate to such a level without anyone noticing. This domain can actually cover the entire battle arena. And this should not be Yi Shukong's limit, because no one will expand their domain to the extreme when facing an evenly matched opponent. That is equivalent to giving up on suppressing and conquering the opponent. It's really hard to imagine that he is just a kid at the 6th level of law manifestation realm. How can he have such a range of domain? It's really hard to imagine, said a big shot of the Yi family in disbelief. How do we deal with this Yi Shiwen now? Speaking of which, I have never really seen Yi Shiwen's domain. Those people before didn't even have the ability to force his domain out. They are simply trash. These young people nowadays are really more ferocious than the previous one. They are much more ferocious than we were back then. Their future is really boundless. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't unleash his real domain, it would really be difficult to compete with him. Yi Shiwen, I also have to admit that you are the most difficult opponent I have encountered so far. Originally, I didn't even bother to compete with Yi Shui, Yi Feng, and the others. If it weren't for the 9 revolutions Taishian Golden pill this time, I might not even have appeared. I would have kept quiet. Yi Shukong was just stating the facts lightly. At that time, in front of my swordsmanship domain, everything you have is not worth mentioning at all. Whether it's really not worth mentioning or not, you'll know once you try. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile. Behind Yi Shiwen, a pair of wings composed entirely of the power of wind and thunder instantly spread out. At the moment when he spread out, the entire sky and earth changed color, filled with the power of wind and thunder. Thunder rumbled, hurricanes attacked, and in an instant, the entire scene changed. The tempest wings behind Yi Shiwen began to flap continuously, and countless power of wind and thunder swept out in an instant. The sword aura that wanted to kill Yi Shiwen was instantly and completely annihilated, unable to get close to Yi Shiwen at all. A domain that only belonged to the power of wind and thunder appeared around Yi Shiwen's body. In this domain, no other elemental laws could survive. Only the power of wind and thunder could exist in it. Although the scope of this domain was not very large, only a mere 500 meters, it looked like a small domain that could only be condensed by someone who had just entered the law manifestation realm, let alone be compared to Yi Shukong's swordsmanship domain that shrouded an area of thousands of miles. However, it was already evident from the fact that none of the sword aura could penetrate into Yi Shiwen's domain of wind and thunder. Yi Shukong's domain was large and broad, while Yi Shiwen's domain was small and refined. In the face of Yi Shiwen's domain, Yi Shukong's expression did not change in the slightest. He only mobilized the swordsmanship domain to completely suppress Yi Shiwen. Immediately afterward, countless sword aura condensed frantically above his head. In a short while, it had condensed into a huge magic sword, blooming with a terrifying light. The light on the blade seemed to be able to tear the sky. This magic sword seemed to be able to completely cut the entire sky. Yi Shiwen's expression suddenly changed. He had already understood Yi Shukong's intention. The battle of domains was just a facade. Yi Shukong did not even think of defeating Yi Shiwen with his domain. Yi Shiwen wanted to use his domain to completely restrain Yi Shiwen and pave the way for his later sword. After figuring this out, Yi Shiwen did not dare to be complacent anymore. No matter how much he knew in his heart, Yi Shukong's sword was definitely able to severely injure a master at the seventh heaven of the law manifestation realm and sweep away all warriors at the sixth heaven of the law manifestation realm. However, the bad thing was that in this swordsmanship domain, almost all the laws were under his control. Yi Shiwen could not dodge at all in this narrow space. Therefore, Yi Shukong clearly knew that it was simply a waste to open such a large domain. He should not have done so, but in fact, he still opened it to keep an eye on Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen would not be able to escape from this sword. He actually wants to decide the outcome of this battle with one sword. Such ambition, such determination, Yi Shiwen said with his eyes narrowed. However, at this time it was already too late to dodge. No matter how fast Yi Shiwen was, as long as he could not break the space of this small world, he would not be faster than Yi Shukong's sword aura. He could not dodge at all and could only face it head-on. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sword light suddenly fell and slashed towards Yi Shiwen. It's too late. Many of the big shots of the Yi family could see that Yi Shukong wanted to decide the outcome of this battle with one sword. He had to first lock Yi Shiwen in place so that he would have time to cast the technique calmly. Just now was the only time that Yi Shiwen could stop him. Unfortunately, Yi Shiwen could not stop him. Now it was simply too late. Although Yi Shiwen had opened up his domain, he could not break Yi Shukong's domain. He could only move within Yi Shukong's domain. Although he was protected by the domain and his movements were not restricted, similarly as long as he was still within Yi Shukong's domain, this sword was simply unavoidable. They could not help but change their expressions because they realized that if they wanted to avoid this sword, there was no way at all. They could not even escape. More importantly, it was simply too late to face the enemy. And at this time, Yi Shiwen spread out his palm, and countless Zhenyuan mixed with countless Lingqi, and the power of wind and thunder began to condense in his palm. No matter what kind of energy it was, it crazily gathered in his palm, and even those sword ki were absorbed in an instant. And the sword aura was getting brighter and brighter. The sword aura shone on Yi Shiwen's face, making his face look even more indifferent, as if he did not feel that the sword aura was about to hit his body at all. And just when the sword aura was about to hit Yi Shiwen's body and kill him, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Yuan Qi bullet!" A spherical Yuan Qi bullet in his hand spun wildly and then was instantly thrown out by Yi Shiwen to meet the sword aura. Chapter 1216. Yuan Qi bullet! The ball-shaped Yuan Qi ball in his hand rotated crazily, and then he instantly threw it out to meet the incoming sword light. Boom! The Yuan Qi bullet and the shocking sword light collided fiercely. Boom! Boom! The dazzling light produced by the explosion instantly covered the entire sky. The sword light and the crazy explosion of the Yuan Qi bullet strangled each other. The space in the entire microcosm began to distort, making it difficult for everyone to see what was going on inside. Only the big shots of the Yi family who saw this scene were shocked and shouted, "How could this be?" After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated. Everyone only saw that the arena was on the verge of collapsing. All the mountains and rivers had been completely destroyed and turned into a desert. And at this moment, they saw two figures facing each other in mid-air, both panting heavily. Yi Shiwen, who originally thought that he might have died under Yi Shukong's sword, was still standing intact in the void. There was not a trace of injury on him, but he was constantly panting heavily. On the other side, Yi Shukong was also constantly panting heavily. The sword attack just now had consumed too much of his Jinyuan. In addition, in order to prevent Yi Shiwen from escaping, he frantically opened up the domain and enveloped the entire microcosm. Even though he was known as invincible and had far more Jinyuan than ordinary people, he still felt a huge and terrifying consumption. His eyes never left Yi Shiwen. He used all his strength in the attack, but he did not expect that it would not be able to kill Yi Shiwen. He did not even manage to injure Yi Shiwen. This was also something he had never expected. He was very clear about the power of that sword attack. Even if he took it head-on, there would only be a dead end. It was impossible for him to survive. But he did not expect that Yi Shiwen would actually take it head-on and come out unscathed. What was that move called? He looked at Yi Shiwen doubtfully. Yuan Qi bullet. It was such a strange name, yet it possessed such astonishing might. Even his fatal blow was unable to injure him severely. On the other side, Yi Shiwen was also constantly panting. Although the quantity of his real yuan was far more than ordinary people and should be more profound than Yi Shukong's, he was caught off guard by Yi Shukong just now and had no time to prepare any other moves. If he were to fight head-on, even if he had the tyrant body, he would not be able to escape the fate of being seriously injured. That was why Yi Shiwen had chosen the Yuan Qi ball. As long as he mobilized the Jinyuan, he could instantly cast this big move. Although the consumption of the Yuan Qi ball was enormous, but he could still afford to consume about 1/10 of the Jinyuan. But the real problem was that he simply did not have enough time. The Essence Qi Bullets model was to use a bit of essence energy as a primer to wrap up countless external energies, fuse them together, and then shoot them out. This was the Essence Qi Bullet. However, due to the lack of time, he didn't have enough time to absorb enough external energy to form the Essence Qi Bomb. At this time, he could only choose to increase the amount of quintessential essence input. This one breath consumed more than half of his quintessential essence, making him feel like all the quintessential essence in his body was drained. This feeling, he had not felt this way for a long time. Have to say, he rarely fought in such a situation. Countless fallen leaves swirled in the air, and the gravel, under the inexplicable force, flew up from the ground and flew into the sky. One after another, they shattered. Just this move alone had consumed too much of the Jinyuan in his body in one breath. Yi Shiwen, I didn't expect you to be able to dodge this move. Yi Shukong said while panting heavily. There are still a lot of things that you didn't expect. Yi Shiwen grinned and said. He suddenly stomped his feet and his figure suddenly rushed towards Yi Shukong. Almost in an instant, he pounced in front of Yi Shiwen. After unfolding the devil's wings, Yi Shiwen's speed did not slow down at all. In an instant, he surpassed the limits of his physical body. So fast! How can he be so fast? At this time, many of the big shots in the depths of the cloud platform suddenly changed their expressions. Originally, the battle between the two, whether it was a battle of martial arts or a battle of moves, was still within the scope of their expectations. It was like a battle between two children. There was no need to care at all. But Yi Shiwen's current speed, even these celestial realm masters, after seeing it, still felt extremely amazed. Even these sky human stage experts were shocked, let alone the rest of them. Bang! With a loud noise, Yi Shiyun's fist fiercely hit Yi Shukong's chest. Boom! A loud explosion came, and then his figure was directly punched out like a cannonball, directly dragging a huge mark on the ground. His body directly dragged a crack on the ground that was tens of miles long, directly setting off countless smoke and dust. Only then did he stop. Everyone looked at Yi Shiyun in a daze. Green leaves fell, constantly flying and stirring in Yi Shiyun's momentum, and there was a burst of mournful wind in his ears. Is this his true strength? Someone exclaimed. Seeing the scene, he was simply dumbfounded. They could almost only see Yi Shiyun disappear, and then reappear, and then Yi Shukong was blasted out like a cannonball. Compared to just now, the current Yi Shiyun seemed more terrifying and daunting. If his strength just now seemed to be within the scope of everyone's understanding, then a pair of demon wings was equivalent to a tiger that had grown wings, and there was a fundamental improvement. Is Yi Shukong going to die? At this time, everyone had just stopped marveling at Yi Shiyun and turned to Yi Shukong. A terrifying power in the direction of Yi Shukong instantly boiled up. Countless terrifying cyclones, mixed with gravel and all kinds of debris, rose into the air. Yi Shiyun, you are the first to be able to force me to this extent. A cold, ruthless voice came from the smoke and dust. Everyone fixed their eyes and saw a figure crawling out of the ruins. His figure was also imposing, and an inexplicable aura was exuding from his body. It was a kind of majestic aura that overlooked all living beings. In the depths of the cloud platform, some of the old antiques of the Yi family and other forces had a drastic change in expression. This was the aura of a legendary deity. Yi Shiyun, do you know why I was able to reach this point without the Yi family's nurturing? Yi Shukong seemed to have recognized Yi Shiyun's strength and status, and was actually in the mood to chat with him. There was a cloud of smoke and dust, and Yi Shiyun could not see Yi Shukong's face clearly. He could only vaguely see a figure standing in it. His body exuded a kind of aura that Yi Shiyun felt was unusually familiar. Yes, it was a familiar aura. The aura of a deity. Yi Shiyun quickly realized that this aura was the aura of a deity. He had once slaughtered many descendants of demon gods on the demon island, so the divinity he had refined was still very important to him. Therefore, he would never forget this aura. Although it was a completely different deity, it must be said that the feeling of indifference and the feeling of treating all living beings as ants was exactly the same. It was just that in comparison, this deity's aura was purer than the descendants of demon gods that Yi Shiyun had slaughtered. Because I am the son of God. Yi Shukong's face could not be seen in the cloud of smoke and dust, but his cold voice could be heard. The Son of God. Suddenly everyone was stunned. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a reason. Everyone was boiling with excitement. Whether it was the Yi family or the forces of other clans, when they heard this news, they were completely boiling with excitement. Even the big shots in the depths of the cloud platform were the same, not because of anything else, but because of the Son of God. Since a long time ago, after the end of the mythological era ruled by the deities, after the twilight of the gods, the deities had already changed from a real existence to a legendary existence. Everything about the deities had been eliminated in the long river of history, little by little. In people's impression, those deities were arrogant, mysterious, cold, and they were the masters of everything in the world. Therefore, everything about the deities had become the focus of everyone's pursuit, and the most important thing was that they were immortal. Not only the human race, but also the real goal of other clans. After cultivating to the sky human realm, in reality, there was only one step left to reach this step. Just one more step, and they would be able to step into the realm of immortality. However, since the end of the mythological era, no one had been able to enter the realm of immortality, only one step away from entering the realm of immortality. Therefore, they were so keen to understand everything about the deities and wanted to unravel the mystery of the deities' immortality. However, the disappearance of the mythological era was too sudden, and there were not many things left behind. often becoming the collection of various behemoths. But now, a Son of God had actually appeared in front of them. If it was the Son of God, then everything could be explained, because the deities were the masters of the heavens and the realms, and the sons of God were the children of heaven who were favored by the heavens. They were born with the blood of the deities, and there were no obstacles in their cultivation at all. Even if they did not cultivate at all, because of the continuous awakening of the blood of the deities in their bodies, their cultivation would naturally rise at a crazy rate. They were born strong, and there were many legends about the sons of God in ancient times, but that was a long, long time ago. Chapter 12:17. In fact, there were many people in this world who possessed the bloodline of the gods. For example, the second god, whom Yi Shiwen had killed previously, possessed the bloodline of the legendary Titan clan. The Titan clan, even in the mythological era, was also a powerful clan of gods. But even so, he could not be regarded as the son of God. At most, he could only be regarded as having stimulated some of the bloodline of the Titan clan. He was far from being regarded as the son of God. In addition to the first generation of the gods, their descendants could only be regarded as the son of God if they stimulated the concentration of the god's bloodline to more than 50%. Do not underestimate this 50%. In the records of the ancient books, except for the descendants of the gods and mortals who were naturally the Son of God, it was extremely difficult for other descendants to stimulate more than 50% of the bloodline. For many people, it was simply impossible. Of course, there were also some descendants who were born with genetic mutations and could possess more than 50% of the bloodline, such as Yi Shukong in front of him. Presumably, Yi Shukong originally did not want to expose that he was the son of God, because once exposed, there would be many people eyeing him covetously. After all, no one had been able to touch the legendary immortal realm of the gods for many years. Now that a son of God had suddenly appeared, how attractive would it be to those old guys who were about to die of old age? Yi Shiwen could imagine how terrifying that scene would be. If he was not born in the Yi family, if he was born in a small force, perhaps this small force would be completely destroyed on the spot. Then Yi Shukong would also be captured and used as a guinea pig to explore the source of the god's majesty. In the countless years after the end of the mythological era, people had long lost any fear of the gods. There was even a saying that the reason why the mythological era ended was because the fear of the mortals towards the gods had disappeared. But now, Yi Shukong had been forced into a corner by Yi Shiwen, or rather, he was really angry. He would not hesitate to expose his identity as the son of God in order to defeat Yi Shiwen. At this time, everyone was no longer surprised. The son of God, if he was the son of God, then there was nothing to be surprised about. The Son of God was born to be strong. There would be no obstacles in their cultivation, and they could cultivate all the way to the peak of the celestial being realm without the Yi family noticing. In the future, with the help of the Yi family, he could almost be described as a meteoric rise. It would not take long for him to enter the celestial being realm. The future was simply limitless. In this case, Yi Shiwen was almost finished. Only a godson could contend against a godson. Even a heaven's pride expert wouldn't be able to do so. After all, they were the favored children of the heavens. So, they possessed advantages that ordinary people couldn't imagine. It's a pity. If you hadn't met me, your championship would have been in the bag. Yi Shukong's figure became more and more blurred. He became more mysterious, noble, and cold. Although his realm did not continue to increase, his aura was constantly growing stronger, surging and bursting out. He looked even more tyrannical than Yi Shiwen. He no longer suppressed the aura of his body and completely released it all at once. Although countless people might spy on him, he didn't care about this at this time. He had unleashed his true fire, and if he couldn't defeat Yi Shiwen, it might even give birth to a heart demon. He was the Son of God. Although he was not the real Son of God, he was the favorite of the heavens. Some geniuses were called the Son of God and were called the Son of God. That was because they flattered themselves and called themselves the Son of God. Only they, the Son of God, were the true favorites of the heavens and were blessed by the heavens. Since the accidental awakening of his bloodline, everything had been smooth sailing for him. In the past, cultivation was a very difficult thing for him. However, since the awakening of his bloodline, cultivation became as easy as eating and drinking. He could instantly understand any profound power technique that was difficult to understand. It was as if he had the help of the god. This was the power of the Son of God. Therefore, although he was very low-key in the Yi family and nobody knew about him, in fact, no one in the younger generation was worthy of his attention. Even those who were called the Son of God were nothing in his eyes. The only thing he lacked was time. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely become a great figure that could shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. However, he suffered a big loss in front of Yi Shiwen. He didn't gain any advantage in front of Yi Shiwen. It could even be said that he was constantly at a disadvantage. No matter what kind of trial he used, he couldn't completely suppress Yi Shiwen. This had never happened since the awakening of his bloodline. Therefore, he had become really angry and didn't hesitate to expose his identity as the Son of God. As for the fact that countless people would be spying on him at that time, and countless external forces would be itching to get rid of him. However, this was also a problem that the higher-ups of the Yi family would worry about after the competition. The imposing aura on his body was rising crazily. However, it had integrated with his body and seemed to be a natural entity. In the depths of Yi Shiwen's body, the sleeping EMO was once again awakened by this aura. This is the aura of the gods. No, the opposite side is a son of God. Yi Emo quickly made a judgment. In this era where the gods don't exist, someone can actually awaken his bloodline and become the son of God. This in itself is a very miraculous thing. Yi Shiwen was shocked. Yi Emo was in the midst of evolution. It was impossible for ordinary things to wake him up from his deep sleep. Previously, it was because of the arrival of the Yi family's patriarch, and now it was because of Yi Shukong's aura. One could imagine that for Yi Emo, the appearance of the Son of God was also a very shocking thing. The mythological era had ended many years ago. The Son of God that appeared would naturally not be the real Son of God. However, for those who could awaken more than 50% of their bloodline, there was no difference. Facing a Son of God, how could Yi Shiwen not have a headache? If Yi Shukong was the favorite of the gods, then Yi Shiwen felt that he probably had some kind of grudge against the gods. Otherwise, why would he feel that the gods were beating him to death every time he crossed the heavenly tribulation? There was no feeling of leniency at all. Not to mention, when compared to the Son of God, who claimed to have no obstacles in his cultivation, it was not at the same level at all. But even so, he was determined to get the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill. Yi Shukong did not necessarily have to get the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill because he was the Son of God. Even without any external help, advancing into the celestial realm was as easy as eating and drinking. But it was different for him. Every time he crossed the heavenly tribulation, he felt like he was beaten to death. With the 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill, he was much more confident. There's no other way, Yi Shukong. The 9 revolutions Taishian golden pill is mine. Even if you're the Son of God, you can't stop me from moving forward today. Yi Shiwen laughed. Indeed, you're very special, but I'm even more special than you. As Yi Shiwen spoke, countless spiritual energies began to sweep wildly from his body, forming a huge spiritual energy shield around his body. The appearance of this shield was actually a legendary star, Colossus, lying in the starry sky, choosing its prey to devour. The aura on Yi Shiwen's body also rose crazily little by little, and a terrifying spiritual energy swept wildly. A large area of smoke and dust was swept into a storm, sweeping outwards. What an amazing spiritual energy! At this time, countless spectators in the audience seats looked at Yi Shiwen, who was gradually merging into the giant beast in astonishment. The true essence emitted from his body actually shocked them. Even if it was just spiritual qi, it was already stirring up the world and causing it to change color. What is that giant beast phantom? Does anyone recognize it? Someone asked hurriedly at this time. Is this the legendary star colossus that is recorded in the ancient books, the one that feeds on the star world? In the mythological era, this kind of fierce beast used to be infamous, known as a terrifying giant beast that could challenge the dragon clan. An old antique stared for a long time, and finally recognized the identity of the huge, fierce beast around Yishuin. The Yi family had been passed down for many years. For many people, it might be a very rare question, but in the Yi family there were records of it. Star Colossus. Those big shots had a slight change in expression. It was another extremely fierce bloodline. The Star Colossus was known to be able to challenge and kill the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan was known to be a race that could challenge the gods. It was conceivable how tyrannical this Star Colossus was. Although they had not actually seen the Star Colossus, they could already get a glimpse of it from the handwritten records of the predecessors. Because of Yi Shiwen, Yi Shukong constantly broke through his bottom line and constantly exposed his trump cards. Wasn't Yi Shiwen the same? First, it was the spirit bomb, then the demon wings, and then the Star Colossus. Although he did not dare to transform into the real body of the Star Colossus now, he did not want to be like Yi Shukong and become a lab rat for others to dissect and study. However, there was no problem in condensing a fake body with endless spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy on Yi Shiwen's body became more and more intense, the face of the Star Colossus also began to gradually become clear, becoming more and more ferocious. And Yi Shiwen's figure also began to gradually disappear into the body of the Star Colossus, composed of spiritual energy. It was like a wild beast had been resurrected all of a sudden. The terrifying spiritual energy stirred up a gust of wind, directly blowing away the smoke and dust in front of Yi Shukong, blowing his clothes and making a whistling sound. The astral wind blew on his face, causing a dull pain. His eyes became colder and colder. Chapter 12:18. Yi Shukong's body exuded a divine aura, just like a god in the world. Looking at him made people feel an urge to kneel down. Noble, mysterious, cold. On the other side, Yi Shiwen's body exuded an extremely violent aura, just like a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Two terrifying auras collided fiercely on the spot. One was noble, and the other was violent. It seemed that the two forces were incompatible at all, and they collided fiercely. Yi Shukong looked coldly at Yi Shiwen, whose aura had changed drastically. He was like a ferocious beast, just like a god who encountered those terrifying ferocious beasts in the ancient times. His body carried an indescribable sense of nobility and coldness. "Sword, come!" Yi Shukong shouted loudly. In his hand, a sword condensed from spiritual energy suddenly appeared in his hand. This was not an ordinary sword aura. This sick sword was entwined with countless laws, and it had a chilling aura. "Mortal sword breaks." The sword in his hand outlined a dreamy trace, mixed with the understanding of the Great Way. Ordinary people could not look directly at the light. Seeing Yi Shukong in this state, many masters at the seventh heaven of the law manifestation realm also had a slight change of expression at this time, because they found that if they were in Yi Shukong's shoes, they might be severely injured in an instant. If they were not careful, there was even a possibility of being killed. Although they also knew that it was impossible to maintain this peak combat state of the two for a long time. It was enough to severely injure them without maintaining this peak state for a long time. That sword light turned into a sky-covering sword aura in the void and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Those sword lights simply turned into an endless light curtain of swordsmanship in the air, completely crushing towards Yi Shiwen. On the other side, Yi Shiwen did not move at all. He was completely integrated into the star beast, as if he was originally a star beast. And just when the light curtain was about to crush Yi Shiwen's body, Yi Shiwen finally moved. His huge beast claw suddenly swung up and slammed fiercely on the ground. Boom! A huge explosion swept across the sky and rose up into the sky. In an instant, countless energy waves swept out in a frenzy and spread outwards. When the sword lights came into contact with the frenzied energy tide that was spreading outwards, they were instantly annihilated into light pillars. Endless airwaves swept out, directly flattening a large pit within a radius of more than 10 miles. It's just a casual wave of his hand, yet it possesses such terrifying power. Countless experts in the audience were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They did not expect Yi Shiwen to have such power with just a wave of his hand. Both Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong's strength seemed to be far beyond their imagination. After the two of them displayed their full strength, they were so valiant that it made people tremble in fear. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing only the huge body of Yi Shiwen. He was motionless and completely unscathed. Not a single one of those sword lights was able to hit his body. This kind of terrifying power made everyone feel somewhat terrified. Even Yi Shukong narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that after Yi Shiwen's transformation, he would be so terrifying. It was not just a shell of spiritual energy. However, he didn't know that the outer shell of spiritual energy on Yi Shiwen's body was just a cover. It covered the Star Beast deity under the outer shell of his spiritual tool. After the Star Beast's bloodline was stimulated, he became this terrifying appearance. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a terrifying power. It was just a shell of Star Beast, and it only resembled the form, but not the spirit. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally moved. He was going to launch a counterattack. He could feel that not only the terrifying consumption of maintaining this kind of star beast, but also because there were countless crazy and brutal thoughts swarming in an instant. They actually wanted to occupy the highest part of his brain. Although the Mingxin ancient tree emitted bursts of colorful light, blocking these brutal thoughts outside the sea of consciousness, this was not a long-term solution. The spirit bomb just now had already consumed half of his qi in one breath. Now he had transformed into the star beast mode that consumed qi. There was no way to fight for a long time. The only way was to end the battle quickly. It's really a terrifying confrontation. It turns out that Yi Shukong has reached such a realm, the Son of God. He has been hiding his strength and identity, but now he is forced out by Yi Shiwen. I'm afraid Yi Shiwen is going to be unlucky. This Yi Shiwen cannot be underestimated. I thought that this star beast was just a shell just now. I didn't expect it to be able to erupt with such terrifying power. When its claws fell, it actually erupted with such a terrifying explosion. But no matter how tyrannical Yi Shiwen is, it is impossible for him to be Yi Shukong's opponent. The Son of God, only the Son of God can fight against the Son of God. Even the prodigy, even if Yi Shiwen is an evildoer, it is impossible. First, there is such an evildoer Yi Shiwen. Now, the Son of God is born in our Yi family. Is the heavens really going to bring prosperity to our Yi family? This is really great. After Yi Shiwen had made up his mind, he took the lead to launch an attack. His claws suddenly slammed forward, and then everyone only heard a boom sound. The entire ground in front of him completely collapsed. Boom! There was another terrifying loud noise, and then along the direction of the collapse, another part of the ground completely collapsed. Boom! 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 The entire ground was like a domino, shattering inch by inch. Then it was instantly blasted into the sky by a terrifying force. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it was just an instant. The shattered part had instantly spread from the ground to the sky. The endless air also collapsed in an instant, and the space was completely distorted. The terrifying force instantly blasted in front of Yi Shukong. Yi Shukong did not hesitate. He directly tapped his toes, and his figure instantly swept backward frantically. However, the terrifying force did not show any signs of stopping. It even turned and directly chased after Yi Shukong. This made Yi Shukong a little surprised. This force was actually controlled by Yi Xuan in the distance, and it could even track him. At this time, he did not continue to escape. Instead, he spread his palm, and a sword was formed in the air. The sword light formed a huge sword curtain in midair, completely wrapping him in it. Boom! The energy directly hit Yi Shukong's body. The collision of the two terrifying forces directly set off a terrifying energy frenzy. In this terrifying collision, Yi Shukong was forced to take a few steps back to cushion the terrifying impact brought by this force. However, the air under his feet had been completely crushed, and there was not a trace left, forming a huge vacuum. Whoosh! And just when everyone had not fully reacted, the huge figure on Yi Xuan's body had instantly rushed in front of Yi Shukong, and the huge claws suddenly pierced towards Yi Shukong fiercely. His claws were imbued with the power of wind and thunder, allowing his claws to instantly penetrate the void at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it pierced through the void and instantly pierced into Yi Shukong's chest as if it had pierced through the void. Yi Shukong's reaction was not slow either. Although he was a little slower than Yi Xuan, he still reacted in an instant. He directly slashed out a huge sword lotus in his hand and slashed towards the huge claws. Boom! The sword lotus and the huge claws collided fiercely. Yi Xuan's huge figure was forced to take a few steps back. Yi Shukong was even more unbearable. He directly retreated hundreds of meters before he could offset Yi Xuan's terrifying force. The power of Yi Xuan's tyrant body was already very terrifying, but after transforming back into the Star Beast avatar, Yi Xuan's power was equivalent to the tyrant body plus the Star Beast avatar. One could imagine how terrifying it would become. Even Yi Shukong, the son of God, could not do anything to his strange power. It could be seen how terrifying it was. I am the Supreme Sword Principle. I am the Supreme God. After Yi Shukong's figure stopped, he finally kept chanting. The sword light in his hand continued to slash out, each more terrifying than the previous one. However, these sword moves did not attack Yi Xuan. Instead, they constantly condensed on top of his head. Every time he slashed out a sword light, the sword light above his head became more tyrannical and terrifying. As the sword light condensed and accumulated, it seemed to become more and more terrifying. Yi Xuan suddenly felt the terror of the sword. The sword Tao domain around him began to show faint signs of boiling. It was getting sharper and sharper. Inch by inch, the domain of the power of wind and thunder around him was smashed. This slow change looked abnormally terrifying. He was accumulating a terrifying attack. At this time, Yi Xuan had already moved. He burst out with a terrifying speed that was completely different from his huge speed. He directly rushed towards Yi Shukong, frantically. He could not let Yi Shukong's sword completely condense. But at this time, Yi Shukong's attack seemed to be completed. A terrifying sword light was launched in an instant. It traversed the vast sky in an instant and turned into a terrifying torrent of energy. It slashed down towards Yi Xuan, who was flying over. Boom! Yi Xuan did not have time to dodge. The terrifying torrent of energy turned into an energy sword light and slashed on his body. It directly pierced through him and nailed him to the ground. Chapter 1219. Boom! Yi Xuan didn't have enough time to dodge. That terrifying torrent of energy transformed into an energy light sword and fiercely chopped his body. It directly pierced through him and severely nailed him to the ground. Yi Xuan's huge body slammed into the ground, and with the terrifying power of the sword light, he was nailed to the ground on the spot. This is too terrifying. This Yi Xuan is also a monster. I don't know what kind of adventure he had to be so terrifying. His physique should not be ordinary either, but it's also possible that he has a special bloodline physique. Someone said, in the Yi clan, there were many people with special constitutions. Some of them were because their ancestors had intermarried with other clans, leaving behind a different bloodline. Some of them had even awakened the bloodline of ancient humans and became incomparably terrifying. There were indeed not many people with such a special bloodline, but with so many people in the Yi clan, the probability was much higher. Indeed, I think so too. It's a pity. He should have been invincible, but he met a god's child that only appears once in 1,000 years. It's a pity that he met a god's child. It's his misfortune. Not only him, even the others are the same. Being born in the same generation as the god's child is in itself a tragedy for those geniuses. Their brilliance will all be annihilated by the god's child. Compared to the god's child, those geniuses and monsters are all fleeting clouds. They are not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as the god's child. So his good luck ends here. I don't know what kind of adventure Yi Shiwen had to be so terrifying, but it's time to end it. At this time, in the depths of the cloud platform, when the representatives of the other forces saw these two people, their expressions suddenly changed. Whether it was the abnormal monster Yi Shiwen or the god's child Yi Shukong, it was enough to make their expressions change. For the Yi clan to have such a genius, it was also a huge threat to them, especially the god's child Yi Shukong. As old monsters who had lived for God knows how many years, they knew very well what kind of creature the god's child was. They were not ordinary beings since they were born, and cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking. As long as they did not die prematurely, cultivating to the peak of the celestial realm was not a problem at all, and even among the peak of the celestial realm, they were extremely strong. Such a character would be a huge threat to any faction if he were to oversee it. If it was one of their own forces, they would naturally want as many of them as possible. But if it wasn't, they would naturally want as few as possible. Especially the foreign experts, their eyes were flickering, as if they were thinking about how to get rid of these two people. Especially Yi Shukong, the son of God. What an awe-inspiring name. If they couldn't kill him now, he would become a huge problem for them in the future. Many of the big shots of the Yi clan were also having a headache at this time. They did not expect the situation to turn out like this. They did not expect Yi Shukong to be the son of God. Otherwise, they would not have given him the chance to reveal his identity as the son of God. They would have secretly taken him away and trained him. Now that they were exposed in public, it would be even more difficult to protect them. Yi Shiwen has been nailed to the ground. It seems that the outcome of this battle has been decided. Sure enough, only the Son of God can defeat the Son of God. Although Yi Shiwen is also a monster after all, he is still several levels below. Second brother. Yi Chao Chiao and the others looked at Yi Shiwen worriedly. At this time, when they saw Yi Shiwen being nailed to the ground, they suddenly panicked. They had never seen Yi Shiwen being nailed to the ground. Even when he faced Yi Xing, he was easily defeated by Yi Shiwen. They were not opponents of the same level at all. Only in the face of Yi Shukong did Yi Shiwen reveal this embarrassing side of him. Son of God, no matter how ignorant they were, they knew how much weight these 3 words carried. Only the Son of God could fight against the Son of God. Although everyone believed that Yi Shiwen was going to be defeated, Yi Shukong, who was in mid-air, did not relax at all. He was constantly operating his martial arts to restore the consumed qi in his body. Because Yi Shiwen had not been taken away by the white light, it showed that he had not completely lost his combat power at this time. However, he did not take the opportunity to launch an attack. The sword just now had consumed 70 to 80% of his qi. Even if he launched an attack, it would not be powerful. However, Yi Shiwen was crazily operating the observing person scripture at a place where they couldn't see. The power of countless stars had wrapped up the light sword that had pierced through his huge body. Therefore, he hadn't been nailed to death by the sword. However, he didn't immediately pull out the lightsaber. Instead, he chose to wrap the entire lightsaber up. Although he did not want to say it, he had to admit that the Son of God was indeed the Son of God. This sword was not just an ordinary sword attack. It even contained many divine way laws, causing the power of this sword to explode to a terrifying extent. Even his tyrant body and star beast bloodline body was nailed to the ground on the spot. If an outsider were to see what Yi Shiwen was doing, they would probably be scared stiff because Yi Shiwen was refining these sword lights. He was stripping out the divine way principles from these sword lights. These principles could only be comprehended by gods. Only the sons of gods could instinctively use these principles that belonged to the divine way. The divine way laws had exceeded the level that mortals could understand. Even the Son of God could not understand them at all. They could use them, but they could not understand the principles behind them. It was like a person who could shoot a gun, but he did not necessarily know how to design a gun or even make a gun. But Yi Shiwen was different. He had the mysterious space. He could even analyze and understand these divine way laws, absorb and refine them. Of course, a part of his spirit crystal would be crazily burned every time he absorbed and refined a portion of this God's Tao law. However, his realm was also crazily improving. Even if he could only touch the edge of the God's Tao law, it would still be an unimaginable benefit for his realm. In addition to being analyzed and understood by him, these divine way laws were also refined into divinity. Only divinity could accommodate these divine way laws. For others, this sword was equivalent to severely injuring them. The sword aura that contained the divine way laws could destroy the muscles in their body crazily. They would soon be tortured to death. But for him, this was not the case. For him, there was Phoenix regeneration technique constantly healing him. These sword auras could not worsen his injuries at all. Therefore, it caused such a scene. Although he was severely injured, he was not taken away by the white light. To him, it was like someone was constantly explaining some things about the divine way to him, making him feel like his horizons had been broadened. That was why he wasn't in a hurry to retaliate, and he was constantly absorbing and refining the light sword instead. Fortunately, Yi Shukong was also recovering his Zhenyuan. Coupled with the fear in his heart, he didn't dare to rashly launch an attack. This gave Yi Shiwen enough time to calmly absorb the light swords on his body, including some of the sword principles and divine principles. After a while, the whole scene was still in a stalemate. Just when everyone thought that the stalemate would continue, someone suddenly realized that the light sword on Yi Shiwen's body had disappeared. That light sword had actually disappeared. Indeed, how could it possibly vanish? That's indeed a sword of light. But in reality, it's formed from the sword Tao laws and divine Tao laws. It's utterly impossible for it to vanish with the wind after the attack. Yi Shukong finally realized this, but his expression was still very calm because he had taken advantage of this time to recover to his peak. Even if Yi Shiwen took the opportunity to attack, he was not afraid at all. And at this moment, Yi Shiwen's pair of huge, lantern-like eyes suddenly opened, bursting with a terrifying gaze. The aura on his body continued to rise, and very soon it had recovered to its peak as if the situation of the sword just now seriously injuring him did not exist at all. The wound that was originally cut by the light sword also recovered bit by bit under his gaze. In a short while, it was as if the previous serious injury did not exist at all. But what surprised countless people even more was that Yi Shiwen's aura had not yet risen to its peak. What shocked them was that Yi Shiwen's aura was actually still rising, and it was much more tyrannical than when it was at its peak just now. If Yi Shiwen had only just reached the third heaven of the Transcendence realm before, then he had now reached the peak of the third heaven of the Transcendence realm. In those 3 months, Yi Shiwen only focused on breaking through. But before he had time to deduce his cultivation to the peak of the third heaven of the Transcendence realm, the competition began. Time did not allow him to continue cultivating at all. Fortunately, the opponent was not considered strong. Even if he did not push his cultivation to the peak of the third heaven of the Transcendence realm, it was enough to deal with him. It was just that when facing the Son of God, Yi Shukong, he suffered a great loss. Now, in a short period of time, just refining the divine way laws on this light sword actually made his cultivation soar to the peak of the third heaven of the Transcendence realm. As long as he calmed down, it was probably only a matter of time before he entered the fourth heaven of the Transcendence realm. The profoundness and mystery of the divine way laws could be seen. After all, this was a law that only gods could comprehend. Yi Shiwen opened his bloody mouth and roared in a low voice, "I'm taking the 9 revolutions Tai Xian golden pill. Son of God, or whatever, lose." Chapter 1220. At this moment, everyone felt that the entire world had changed color along with Yi Shiwen's words. His roaring words instantly spread throughout the entire world of the arena. Yi Shukong's expression also changed slightly. He could not imagine how Yi Shiwen was not severely injured by his sword strike. On the contrary, his cultivation actually skyrocketed from the third sky of the Transcendence realm to the peak of the third sky of the Transcendence realm. Even some of the aura on Yi Shiwen's body made him feel a little familiar. That familiar aura could only be felt on his body before, but now he could actually feel it on Yi Shiwen's body. A tyrannical aura erupted from Yi Shiwen's body. The surging aura intertwined into a pillar of aura and shot straight into the sky. "I don't care what changes you have. Today's battle should end." Yi Shukong shouted coldly. As the son of God, it was simply a shame for him to not be able to take down Yi Shiwen after such a long time. Even so, he had to admit that Yi Shiwen was indeed a monster. But no matter what kind of monster or genius, in front of his son of God, they were all fleeting clouds, a laughable joke. "I am the supreme God." With a loud shout, the countless sword auras around him began to condense into a magic sword. The magic sword burst with unimaginable light, and his entire body entered the state of being one with the sword. Immediately afterward, the huge magic sword blasted towards Yi Shiwen at lightning speed, wanting to repeat the scene of Yi Shiwen being nailed to the ground previously. But compared to the Yi Shiwen just now, the current Yi Shiwen was like heaven and earth. He did not move at all. He just opened his bloody mouth, and countless waves of real yuan frantically condensed in his mouth. Countless spiritual auras were immediately absorbed by the real yuan in his mouth. The surrounding space trembled crazily. The boundless spiritual ether instantly turned into a terrifying sword that took shape in the air. It was actually somewhat similar to the sword that Yi Shukong had slashed out, but there was also a definite difference. Anyone could tell at a glance that it was a different sword. Swoosh! Yi Shiwen's final huge magic sword instantly blasted out, turning into a torrent of energy, and then blasted in the direction of Yi Shukong. Boom! The two huge magic swords collided fiercely in the air. It was too terrifying. Endless rays of light covered the entire sky. Endless white light completely covered the entire horizon. A terrifying mushroom cloud slowly rose with a loud bang, setting off a terrible airwave that directly flattened all the uneven objects into a huge pit. Two terrifying forces collided in the void, and countless dust clouds obscured everyone's vision. After a long time, the dust clouds finally dissipated. At this moment, everyone finally saw the situation in the arena clearly. In front of Yi Shiwen's huge body, a huge crack appeared in front of him and spread into the void. The two magical swords fought crazily. This was a battle of wills between the two, and it was not over yet. The two magical swords represented two completely different sword daos. Boom! All of a sudden, the terrifying power of both sides once again produced a terrifying explosion. One after another, countless void instantly collapsed with a loud rumble. Roar! Yi Shiwen's incarnation of Star Beast roared violently, and the terrifying sound waves instantly swept out in circles. The torrent of energy burst out of the magic sword he spat out was even more terrifying in an instant, and the light was even brighter. Bang! With a loud roar, the sword light that Yi Shukong slashed out began to shatter inch by inch in the void. How could this be? Yi Shukong looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly felt a little incredulous. In such a short time, Yi Shiwen had actually become so much stronger. Just now, The sword could nail him to the ground, but now it could not do anything to him. This was something he never expected. The Son of God can't even suppress Yi Shiwen. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. Not only Yi Shukong, but even they were also stunned. However, the torrent formed by the magic sword that Yi Shiwen spat out did not seem to have any intention of stopping. After the opponent was gone, it quickly and crazily swept up, like a terrifying tornado, and instantly blasted towards Yi Shukong. What Son of God? You shall all be defeated. Yi Shiwen laughed in a strange manner. He only felt that a brutal thought was trying to shake his absolute calmness. This thought was trying to affect his willpower. That was the instinct of a beast, not his instinct as a human. After integrating the star beast's bloodline and obtaining huge benefits, naturally, he would not be completely unaffected. It was just that he had always been completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. Break! At this time, Yi Shukong roared and slashed out several shocking sword lights in a row, trying to block the terrifying sword light spat out by Yi Shiwen. But at this time it was obviously too late. Yi Shiwen, who had become more and more terrifying, broke through several shocking sword lights in a row and directly hit his body. Boom! At the same time that Yi Shukong stimulated the bloodline in his body. This was the first time he was directly hit by Yi Shiwen. Originally, he completely suppressed Yi Shiwen, but now, after absorbing the Divine Way law, Yi Shiwen's strength was not just a little bit. The offensive and defensive momentum of both sides were reversed almost in an instant. Boom! His figure slammed into a mountain, directly smashing out a huge pit in this mountain range. Damn, how can this be? Yi Shukong finally lost his composure. He no longer had his previous calm and noble posture, because previously, in his opinion, whether it was a genius or a monstrous talent, compared with the Son of God, they were far from being an opponent, so he did not need to care too much. But now he was actually seriously injured in Yi Shiwen's hands. Yi Shiwen's strength suddenly increased to this level in a short time. This was absolutely unexpected and absolutely unacceptable. He, a dignified Son of God, actually could not suppress Yi Shiwen in a situation where he had the advantage in terms of realm. This was simply a great shame. It's all thanks to that sword of yours. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend so much. To reach this step today, it may take a few years. Yi Shiwen laughed. The face of the star beast outside him became more and more ferocious, and the brutal will become more and more intense, trying to control his actions. If there was no Mingxin ancient tree, the average person would have already become a complete madman. No matter how firm Yi Shiwen's will was, it would be useless. He actually comprehended the sword essence from that one strike. Countless people were shocked and stunned. If it were them, they would have been nailed to the ground on the spot, but he was the complete opposite. Not only did he not die, but he also comprehended something from it and became much stronger all of a sudden. Such a person could no longer be described as a monstrous talent. It's reversed. The situation has actually reversed. This time, I'm afraid Yi Shiwen will win. Everyone once again changed their views on this battle, as if both sides were amazingly strong, and it was a matter of course for either of them to win in the end. Even if Yi Shukong was the Son of God, it seemed that it was not certain that he would win. Yi Shukong was seriously injured by Yi Shiwen's sword, but as the Son of God, he had the blood of the gods flowing in his body. Even if he did not have the Phoenix regeneration technique, like Yi Shiwen, his recovery ability was still great to a terrifying extent. It would not take long for him to fully recover, but would Yi Shiwen give him such a chance to recover? Of course not. Yi Shiwen was now more and more able to feel that the brutal will was actually trying to affect his will. He must not let this situation continue. Yi Shiwen made a judgment almost in an instant. Although his figure was huge, but with the addition of the demon wings, his speed was still terrifying. Boom! Before Yi Shukong had time to react, he saw a huge claw directly smashing down from the sky. Boom! His entire body was pressed down by this huge claw, and the entire ground completely collapsed, directly blasting a huge pit in the ground. Almost instantly, countless strands of sword chi surged out from the huge claw and rushed towards him. Boom! He was directly blasted out, and his figure flew directly into the air. He was about to struggle, but saw a huge black shadow instantly swept over. Another huge claw smashed down. Boom! His figure was instantly blasted away like a cannonball. Boom! 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 Yi Shukong's figure was blasted away countless times by Yi Shiwen, like a sandbag in the air, constantly being blasted away by Yi Shiwen. He did not have time to recover at all. Even if he was the son of God and had the bloodline of God when facing the current Yi Shiwen, he still felt completely powerless. Boom! Once again, Yi Shukong was blasted heavily to the ground, no longer struggling to move. He still wanted to move, but there was no way at all. A white light flashed, and he was directly teleported out. In other words, his injuries had reached the standard of automatic surrender, and he was not allowed to continue fighting. This was also the method used by the Yi family to protect the participating disciples. Looking at Yi Shukong, who turned into a white light and was teleported out, everyone was still in a daze, unable to believe it. It was over just like that. Yi Shukong, the son of God whom they regarded as impossible to be defeated, was actually defeated, and in the end he was directly defeated by Yi Shiwen without any chance to fight back. There was no luck at all. However, no matter what they thought, it was already indisputable that Yi Shiwen won the final championship. Chapter 1221. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the god's child Yi Shukong was defeated by Yi Shiwen. Moreover, he was defeated without any provocation. In the end, everyone could see that Yi Shukong was completely suppressed. Yi Shiwen didn't give Yi Shukong any chance at all. His attacks were like a storm that never stopped. If it were them, they would have been defeated long ago. Although either of the two of them could win the championship, with one being the god's child and the other being a monster, they were going tit for tat and didn't give way to each other. However, when they saw Yi Shukong being defeated in the end, everyone was stunned. It wasn't strange for Yi Shiwen to defeat anyone with his strength. However, his opponent was the god's child whom everyone thought was unbeatable, and Yi Shukong, who defeated him with a lower realm. The eyes of many experts from other clans flickered. They didn't come in vain this time. At least they knew where the Yi clan's hidden trump card was. If this god's child was allowed to grow up quietly, he would become an extremely terrifying expert once he was born in the future. No one would be able to restrain him. As for Yi Shiwen, although they were still paying attention to him, they didn't pay as much attention to him as the god's child Yi Shukong. Although Yi Shiwen's potential seemed to be stronger than Yi Shukong's, his potential was much worse than Yi Shukong's. No matter how strong he was now, he might be stuck in a certain realm. However, Yi Shukong was the god's child. It could be said that as long as he was given time, he would naturally step into the peak of the celestial realm and become a powerful figure that could shake the ancient Baron's continent. Yi Shiwen was miles ahead of him. Even if Yi Shiwen defeated Yi Shukong now, in their eyes, he wouldn't receive as much attention as Yi Shukong. Bloodline theory. Although Yi Shiwen didn't believe that a person's bloodline could determine a person's life, he had to admit that many people believed in this theory. In fact, in most cases, this wasn't wrong. People with superior bloodlines could indeed gain the upper hand in many situations. In most cases, people with superior bloodlines would have higher achievements. However, it wasn't absolute. For example, this time, everyone thought that the god's child was invincible, but in the end he won the final victory and won the championship. Yi Shiwen slowly shed his star beast real body and returned to his human form. He trod on the light and walked out of the arena. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. He was the champion of this tournament. He had such qualifications. Everyone's eyes were firmly locked on his body. Yi Shiwen turned a blind eye to them. Soon, a master trod on the light and arrived in front of him, saying, "Yi Shiwen, you are the champion of this year's competition. Come with me. The clan lord wants to see you. Yi Shiwen nodded and followed this expert towards the depths of the cloud platform. He soon entered the depths of the cloud platform. The enchantment in the depths of the cloud platform directly isolated everyone's sight. So, they couldn't see Yi Shiwen's figure. Yi Shiwen entered into the depths of the cloud platform. He saw towering thrones towering above the clouds in the depths of the cloud platform. Several tyrannical figures were sitting on these thrones. In the middle, on the highest throne, a peerless figure was sitting on it. Although he didn't have a huge body, he had a majestic aura. This was the clan master of the Yi clan, the supreme existence of the Yi clan, Yi Tianqiong. He was a legendary figure. Even in the ancient Barons continent, Yi Tianqiong was a famous and terrifying figure. His life was a legend to ordinary people. Beside him were the influential figures of the Yi clan. Yi Shiwen greets the clan master. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, "How dare you be so rude in front of the clan master?" Before Yi Tianqiong could speak, a loud shout came from a throne on his left. A middle-aged man shouted at him angrily. Yi Shiwen frowned. Although he didn't know who this person was, he had already classified him as an enemy. It was most likely the higher-ups who weren't friendly to him. He was the champion of the battle conference. It was fine if the higher-ups of the Yi clan didn't try to rope him in, but they were actually trying to suppress him. Had the higher-ups of the Yi clan become so rotten? If that was the case, he didn't mind staying in the Yi clan. He remembered the appearance of this middle-aged man. If possible, he would find a way to get rid of him. If this was spread, probably no one would believe that a warrior in the law manifestation realm would dare to plot against a terrifying heaven realm expert when they just met. However, for Yi Shiwen this was nothing. As long as someone was hostile to him and tried to deal with him, he wouldn't let them go easily. So what if it was a heaven realm expert? Even if it was a god, he wouldn't be captured without putting up a fight. Yi Shiwen's killing intent didn't escape the eyes of the middle-aged man who had been paying attention to Yi Shiwen. He suddenly flew into a rage. Ever since he entered the heaven realm, he had always been in a high position. No one had ever dared to release killing intent to him, not even this restrained killing intent. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was simply too daring. He was simply seeking his own death. How dare you? How lawless! How dare you plot against me in front of me? The middle-aged man suddenly became furious and roared. You really have evil intentions. Such a person, even if he grows up in the future, he will be a scourge to our Yi clan. He should be eliminated as soon as possible. The other big shots of the Yi clan looked at Yi Shiwen in astonishment. They couldn't help but think that he was really daring. He actually dared to plot against them. Big shots in the heaven realm. Even the word lawless was not enough to describe him. He was simply too daring. However, they didn't have any intention of going along with the middle-aged man's idea of erasing Yi Shiwen. This matter hadn't reached the point of being erased yet. That's enough, Yi Qian. At this time, the clan master Yi Tianqiong said with a steady and deep voice, but the middle-aged man, Yi Qian, was still very unwilling and glared at Yi Shiwen. He completely didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would dare to plot against him. He had always been the one plotting against others. No one had ever dared to plot against him, not to mention a junior that he didn't even care about. Although Yi Qian was unwilling, he didn't dare to contradict the majesty of the clan master. Yi Shiwen didn't grow up in our Yi clan. Our Yi clan has never given him any benefits. It's not rude of him to do this, Yi Tianqiong said, which could be considered as the final conclusion of this matter. His eyes were calm and unwavering, so deep that one couldn't see the end of it. He didn't have any fluctuations because of Yi Shiwen's etiquette at all. At his level, how could he not let go of this kind of thing? Etiquette came from the heart. If there was a person who was not convinced at all, even if he was completely polite in front of you every day, so what? And if there was a person who sincerely respected you, so what if he couldn't be polite? Moreover, he knew that Yi Shiwen was after all different from the talents cultivated by their Yi clan. It was not an easy thing to win the hearts of such a person who was born unconventionally. Moreover, everyone knew in their hearts what happened some time ago. I'm very surprised that you can defeat Yi Shukong. Although he has been hiding very well, I have always been watching him. I just didn't expect that this time you could force his true self out and defeat him. You are indeed a genius. Yi Tianqiong looked at Yi Shiwen and said with a hint of praise in his tone. Many big shots of the Yi clan, including Yi Shiwen, looked at the clan master with some astonishment. It was the first time they knew that Yi Shukong was the son of God, and they were shocked. They didn't expect that the clan master had already known about it. They also had a new understanding of the power of the clan master, including Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had a bolder conjecture in his heart. This time the clan lord had agreed to take out the 9 revolutions' great mystery golden pill as a reward. Could it be that it was simply for Yi Shukong? Could it be that he was using this open and above-board way to cultivate Yi Shukong? Based on the Yi clan master's calm and collected personality, this might be the case. As for Yi Xing, he never thought that without him, Yi Xing would definitely not be a match for Yi Shukong. In the end, Yi Xing would basically be defeated. In the Yi clan, the relationships were complicated. Any small matter could affect the whole situation, so he had to be careful when dealing with it. Before Yi Shukong's identity as the son of God was exposed, the clan master could only use this roundabout method to cultivate Yi Shukong. This was not impossible. A person who could become the clan master would naturally not be a very biased person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to convince everyone. At this time, Yi Tianqiong looked at Yi Shiwen and asked, his eyes slightly anxious. Some time ago, we did not quickly list you as a key cultivation target. Do you disagree? I don't agree, Yi Shiwen said without any hesitation. As expected, he is full of resentment. Such a person should be expelled from the clan. At this time, Yi Qian, who was not far away, spoke again. His voice was a bit cold. It's already good enough that we didn't eliminate such a person, let alone cultivate him. As the saying goes, fire can see through real gold. Time can also test a person's heart. Such a person is not worthy of being cultivated by our Yi clan. The other big shots of the Yi clan did not agree with this statement. Yi Qian was still making a fuss. If it were him, how could he not resent? He was a genius, but the clan didn't nurture him. Not only that, but they were also suppressing him everywhere. Who wouldn't be extremely angry? This was human nature, but Yi Shiwen dared to say it out loud. This proved that he had a pure heart and wasn't a scheming and shrewd person. If he had said that he was willing at this time, then they would have been afraid of him and might have even given birth to killing intent in their hearts.